Phoenix Nights. Chapter 4673. The demon lord was bathed in the black light. It was obvious that his strength was increasing. When the light disappeared, the demon lord's strength would increase again. "Bastard, how dare you steal the dead soul stone that our emperor wants?" Undead Guard 13 was furious. Ling Xiao smiled. He had guessed correctly. He heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that he had the primeval god position was as troublesome as having the mountain river martial soul. Once the outside world knew about it, he would be hunted down all over the world. The dead soul stone was a crystal formed by the soul power of a dead martial artist or demon beast. If used properly, it could not only increase the cultivation of the martial artist of the undead race, but also increase the soul power. The undead emperor probably wanted to use it to recover his strength. "So what if I stole it? I still want to kill you!" Ling Xiao looked at Undead Guard 13 and sneered. "When we were in the world of undead, your undead emperor took good care of me. If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now. I haven't settled the score yet." "You!" Undead Guard 13 said in disdain. "If you and the young master of the Beast Deity Alliance worked together, I would be a little scared. But you're just here to die. Is that so? Then let's try it!" Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he released the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no need to hide it in this place. After all, there was no one else other than Undead Guard 13. Releasing the Sky Tyrant martial soul was much more powerful than possessing the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was the best way to use it. After using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it was the Sun God's blood formation. This was Ling Xiao's routine when dealing with divine physique realm martial artists. The second level of the Bloody Rat increased his combat strength tenfold. The Bloodthirsty Rat was released at the same time. But this time, Ling Xiao took out the Void God sword immediately. Undead Guard 13 could not be blamed for showing off. The key was that he was a terrifying existence in the third level of the divine physique realm. His strength was even more terrifying than Wang Quan Tianming after his breakthrough. He could not be too careless. "Go to hell, brat!" Several black chains appeared in Undead Guard 13's hands. The chain danced in the air as it charged towards Ling Xiao. Those chains were like a part of his body, and he was able to manipulate them with great agility. Moreover, it exuded an extremely terrifying aura of death. Ling Xiao gripped the Void God sword and coldly watched as the chain shot towards him. He began to condense the Beast God Heaven Swallowing Flash. He wanted to cultivate the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash to perfection as soon as possible, or even the Transformative Realm. Only then could the power of this move be fully unleashed. The violent sword she was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky as it pounced towards the chains. Crack, crack. Bang, bang. The sword energy and the chain met. The chains were cut off inch by inch. Other than the terrifying power of the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash, Ling Xiao also discovered an interesting thing. The Void God sword seemed to have a restraining effect on the undead spirit race. The undead's aura was extremely afraid of the Void God sword. No wonder the undead emperor wanted this sword. It seems like this sword is his nemesis. Hee, luckily I got it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be troublesome if the Death Spirit Emperor obtained it? What? Undead Guard 13 showed a surprised expression. Looking at the sword in Ling Xiao's hand, he was really frightened. Void Shattering Finger, shatter the void! Ling Xiao took advantage of Undead Guard 13's moment of shock to use the Void Shattering Finger with his left hand. The attack arrived almost at the same time as the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash. The Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash shattered the chains. Shattering the void caused Undead Guard 13's body to distort and deform. But perhaps the opponent was too strong. He couldn't shatter it. "I'm going to kill you!" Undead Guard 13 was obviously furious. He couldn't bear being injured by a warrior in the core fragmentation realm. His mouth, which was originally open, suddenly opened wide. It was extremely huge. Then, a terrifying black energy condensed in it. Dead Soul Flash! Swish! The black energy was like a black light that shot out instantly. It was so fast that it was like teleportation. Even Ling Xiao didn't have time to dodge. He was directly hit by the black light. This frightening Dead Soul's flash was extremely powerful. After all, Ling Xiao had a physical body that was equivalent to 8 dragon tattoos. It was actually shattered by this Dead Soul flash. Ling Xiao avoided his head at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would probably have to use life backtrack, or rising from the ashes. A divine body 3rd level warrior was indeed terrifying. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore. Let's hurry up and finish the battle. Otherwise, I'll really die. Even though the opponent's attack had increased Ling Xiao's energy C from 0 to 50%, Ling Xiao's energy C was still extremely weak. It could be said that it was an increase faster than light. But Ling Xiao didn't dare to take such a risk. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be other undead guards appearing later? After he decided not to play anymore, his body suddenly changed into the god body. The divine power that erupted from the god body could cause greater damage to the undead race. Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash! It was also the Beast God Heaven Devouring Flash. But when it was used by the god body, its power was simply overwhelming. Undead Guard 13 was still proud when he was directly wiped out by the light. Its power was even more terrifying than the Dead Soul Flash. After confirming that Undead Guard 13 was completely dead, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His cultivation had increased a lot just now, but his potential had also been depleted by nearly 10%. He had to replenish it again. He walked over and used the Void God's sword to completely absorb the remaining energy of the undead guard in the air. He also absorbed the energy of the huge skeleton. The energy of the huge skeleton was simply too terrifying. Not only did it instantly replenish his true origin, but it also completely replenished his potential. At the same time, the upper limit of his potential was also greatly increased. It was basically equivalent to the total amount of Divine Body 6th level warrior's Divine Body 3rd level warrior. But because of this, he also provoked the graveyard of the gods and attracted the wrath of the gods. The wrath of the gods this time was too terrifying. Ling Xiao had to use all his strength to block it. He even invited the gods and sovereigns. He almost died. Looks like I can't just casually absorb the energy of these skeletons. Seeing that the surrounding terrain had been changed by the wrath of the gods just now and had become a mess, Ling Xiao was really scared. He sat there and ate a lot of healing and recovery elixirs. Anyway, he never lacked elixirs. Then, he began to rest and recover. After more than 10 minutes, he stood up again and looked at the bottom of the skeleton that had completely disappeared. There was actually a strange pattern. This is the world within a world. The voice of the Yuan Venerate sounded. The world within a world may be a good thing, but it may also be a disaster. Master can't help you avoid the disaster. You decide for yourself. Who cares if it's dangerous or lucky? Let's go in first. Ling Xiao believed that the reaction of Yushin and the Sun God Beast spirit was definitely not fake. Therefore, there might be danger in this world within a world, but there were definitely more opportunities. He must not miss it. All right, Master will help you break this teleportation array. Seeing that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, the Yuan Venerate stopped persuading him. After all, he had always seen Ling Xiao's growth and how tenacious Ling Xiao was. He would not die because of this little trouble. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4674. Thanks to the efforts of the Yuan Venerate, the teleportation array was reactivated. The teleportation array, which was shining with a faint blue light, was mysterious and strange. No one knew where it would lead to. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva. He finally stepped into the teleportation array. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As a ray of light completely enveloped him, Ling Xiao lost his vision. His surroundings were pitch black. However, this situation only lasted for about 2 seconds. After that, Ling Xiao found himself in a room. This room was almost no different from an ordinary room. However, There was a person sitting at the table in the room who was particularly conspicuous. This person exuded a bloody and murderous aura from head to toe. He was clearly dead. However, his physical body was not damaged at all. If Ling Xiao did not have the Taiji eye, he would not have thought that he was dead. Just as he was about to approach that person and observe carefully, the eyes of that person suddenly opened. Suddenly, the body that was supposed to be dead opened its eyes. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had completely changed. In front of him was no longer a small house but a huge palace. Above the palace sat a person who was exactly the same as the person he had seen in the room. However, this person was alive. "You're finally here! Child of the prophecy!" That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. However, because of his ferocious appearance, his smile actually looked a little sinister. "Let the girl in your Dongxing Emperor ring come out too." This was the first time someone had seen that there was someone in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao frowned and let Yufenghua out. Although the person in front of him had a murderous aura, it was not targeted at him. It was only formed because of cultivation. "You are indeed the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse." That person glanced at her and said with a smile, "Although you can't awaken the memories of your past life, I can still help you. However, I can help you awaken the power of your past life. This power can make you incomparably powerful. Are you willing to accept it?" "Yes." Yufenghua agreed without hesitation. Ling Xiao had told her about reincarnation before. She was convinced. She could become even stronger. That way, she would be able to better protect Ling Xiao. As his elder sister, she felt that she had an obligation to do so. At the very least, he couldn't let Ling Xiao risk his life for him while he couldn't do anything. "All right." The man nodded and pointed his finger. A ray of light shot towards Yufenghua's forehead. A moment later, a full moon appeared behind Yufenghua. It was cold and dazzling. "This power will be continuously released as you cultivate. Thus, your cultivation speed will be much faster than others. After all, your physical body is still relatively weak, and you can't release all of your power at once. That way you will die." That person explained. Yufenghua nodded. She could clearly feel how powerful she had become. He had directly advanced to the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The most terrifying thing was that there seemed to be energy constantly leaking out from his body. This kind of energy could definitely turn her into a powerhouse in a short period of time. Alright, back to the topic. It's time to talk about me, the child of prophecy. That person looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. "You must be very confused about who I am and why I exist here, right? I can tell you now. I am the Sun God. The corpse you saw in the small house just now is my complete physical body. The physical body contains the blood of inheritance. Only by fusing it with my beast soul can I obtain the complete inheritance of the Sun God. You will benefit immensely." As expected. Actually, Ling Xiao had already guessed this from the moment he entered. This was because the aura on this person was too similar to the Sun God. "You must know about the Eternal Desert, right?" the Sun God suddenly asked. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right. Just as they guessed, I, including the other 11 siblings, are the 12 divine beasts. The 12 beast gods you speak of all came from the depths of the Eternal Desert." Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, the divine quilt interrupted him. "Just listen quietly. I'm only using the remnants of my strength to talk to you. I can't stay for long. There are some things that I must explain to you clearly. So listen to me." Ling Xiao nodded. The Sun God continued. "In the depths of the Eternal Desert, there is a place much bigger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You humans call it the Eternal City. But the correct name is the Eternal Kingdom. And I was born in one of the 12 holy cities of the Eternal Kingdom, the Sacred Blood City." Although they were both holy cities, Ling Xiao knew that the 3,000 holy cities of the Golden Sky domain were trash in front of the Sacred Blood City. There was no comparison at all. In the Sacred Blood City, I became the strongest person and the lord of the holy city. The people of the world gave me the title Emperor of Massacre. Of course, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds still like to call me the Lord of the Beast God. The man's face was full of pride as he spoke. After all, he was the Emperor of Massacre, the Lord of the Eternal Kingdom's sacred blood city. Ling Xiao didn't disturb him and just listened quietly. He was also very curious about what the rumored Eternal Kingdom was like. What exactly had happened to the Sun God? The Eternal Kingdom didn't have an emperor or anything like that. The 12 great emperors of the holy cities jointly managed it. So, in that place, I was the strongest ruler. With one sentence, I could change the color of heaven and earth. I could make everyone bow their heads and listen to my orders. I was very proud of this. Until one day, I suddenly realized that we were revered as gods by the humans of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But we were just playthings raised by others. I almost went crazy. I wanted to pursue the truth. So, together with the other 11 great emperors, I pursued the secret of this world. I hoped to find the secret of those who called themselves the ancient race. Ling Xiao's breathing suddenly became hurried. It was hard to imagine. The eternal desert itself was already very mysterious and terrifying. But those people who were revered as gods of the Black Tortoise continent were just other people's pets. Even slaves. What kind of existence was this ancient race? Where were they? When Ling Xiao thought that he was about to reach the peak of the Black Tortoise continent, he suddenly realized something. It turned out that this world was even more terrifying than he imagined. He gritted his teeth and didn't give up because of this. Whether it was the gods or the ancient race, he had to try to get in touch with them. If he couldn't even solve these secrets, how could he talk about unifying the mystic world? Did you succeed? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. The sun god smiled bitterly and shook his head. We failed. All 12 of us failed. We were even so discord by the ancient race. The 12 of us fought to the death for the so-called laughable position of the Lord of the Beast God. In the end, I was the only one who survived the internal strife. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4675. When I dragged my exhausted body back to the kingdom of eternal life, I discovered that everything had changed. Under the incitement of the ancient race, I was treated as a traitor of the kingdom of eternity. I was treated as an enemy. They said that I was disrespectful to the heavens and the gods. Right, you treated us as gods, but the people of my place treated the ancient race as gods. They tied me to the execution rack and wanted to execute me. But they didn't know that I had become extremely powerful, even more powerful than some of the ancient race. I also saw some secrets of the ancient race and was about to unveil their ugly masks. On the day of the execution, I tore apart the god that descended from the heavens in front of everyone. They were terrified. But I also knew that my life was coming to an end. So I used the last of my strength to escape and left behind a lot of guidance for you, child of prophecy. Although I didn't know if you would succeed. I've been waiting here all this time. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Why am I the child of prophecy? Ling Xiao asked. The child of prophecy smiled. The child of prophecy isn't a specific person. It's because you brought the primordial throne of the 12 beast gods here. So you are the child of prophecy. Do you understand? I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. The child of prophecy took a deep breath and his figure gradually became blurry. Child of prophecy, I don't have much time left. Remember, if one day you go to the kingdom of eternity, or even the holy blood city, don't say that you know me. Otherwise, you'll become a target of public criticism. Have you never thought of revenge? The kingdom of eternity was originally your place of protection. However, those who were under your protection wanted to kill you because of some inexplicable god. Don't you have any hatred? Ling Xiao asked. To be honest, at the beginning, I wanted nothing more than to destroy the kingdom of eternity. But thinking about it, those people were just ignorant and fearful. They were afraid of the ancient race because the ancient race was the true culprit. If you want revenge, you should go to the ancient race, the child of prophecy said. I don't have the qualifications to ask you to help me take revenge. I only asked you one thing. If my family is still alive, help them if you can. The only people I've let down in my life are them. Even under those circumstances, they still believed in me and supported me. Of course, my family only refers to my parents, wife, and daughter. It is not that heartless family. I understand. Ling Xiao had never liked owing favors. If he didn't have his own protection, he wouldn't have been able to survive until today. The Sun God's divine abilities had helped him overcome many difficulties and dangers. Senior, don't worry. I will make sure the people of the Everlasting Kingdom understand that everything you've done is for their sake. You just don't want them to continue being toys of the ancient race. As for the ancient race, I will find them and complete the unfinished business of the senior. Of course, this wasn't just for the sake of the senior. It's also for myself. Ling Zhao's great ambition was to unify the profound world, and the existence of this ancient clan was like a mountain in his path of unification. If he couldn't move the mountain, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The child of prophecy, as expected of the child of prophecy. The Sun God smiled and said, "Do as you wish. Don't worry about what I said. I will become the soul of the Sun God beast and protect you until you leave the Black Tortoise continent." Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He wouldn't go back on his word. The Sun God's guidance was the path he wanted to take. It was a perfect fit. Oh right, I need to remind you of something. After the disturbance we caused, the ancient race's supervision of the Everlasting Kingdom will be even stricter. What you're about to do will be far more difficult than you think. You must be careful. Before you have enough strength, don't reveal your thoughts. Remember, the Sun God reminded. This junior will keep it in mind. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, it's about time for me to leave. The thing you're looking for here is my heritage blood. After this illusion disappears, you will be able to obtain it from my physical body. As for my physical body, I will cremate it and bring the ashes back to my hometown, scattering them on the ground there. I also want to return to my roots. As for the other 11 great emperors' heritage blood, I brought them back along with their bodies. They should be in their respective holy cities. It won't be easy to obtain them. However, I have a part of Yushin's remnant soul. You can replenish her beast soul first. There's still time to look for the heritage blood later. Just a portion of the heritage blood will be enough for you to benefit immensely. I understand. Ling Xiao wasn't a greedy person. Being able to find the heritage blood of the Sun God was already the greatest gain. Also, take good care of the white jade cat on you. That thing is very important to you. The Sun God suddenly said. White jade cat. Senior, do you know what that is? Is it really a puppet cat? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure about that. The Sun God shook his head and said, To be honest, I've already noticed its existence when you came in. It's indeed a puppet. But it's the most perfect puppet I've ever seen. Its aura reminds me of the ancient race. Perhaps it's something from the ancient race's world. It's very mysterious. If you want to inherit the heritage blood of the beast god, then it might be able to help you. As for whether it has any other functions, I don't know. In fact, I've met this little guy before. Because of its existence, I became the master of the beast god. I became the strongest great emperor, and my strength surpassed some ancient races. But unfortunately, I didn't know what it was even after studying it for a long time. I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out yourself. So this little guy is actually so mysterious. Ling Xiao secretly clicked his tongue. One must know that he almost wanted to give this little guy to others to raise. This little guy's appetite was too big. He had to rely on spirit stones to feed it. And only good ones. But after hearing the Sun God's words, it was fortunate that he didn't give it to others. This little guy was very important for him to fuse with the heritage blood of the beast god. It was worth it no matter how many spirit stones he used to feed it. Anyway, he didn't lack spirit stones now. There's one more thing you have to remember. This heritage blood isn't mine. It's also something I inherited from the previous great emperor. So, I might be the sun god in your hearts. But I'm not the real sun god. The 12 beast gods might be existences above the ancient race. We only inherited a drop of their heritage blood, and we already have the ability to fight against the ancient race. Can you imagine how terrifying their real bodies are? The sun god, or more accurately, the great emperor of massacre, continued. The 12 of us each inherited a type of heritage blood. If you alone have 12 types of heritage blood, then, even the ancient race won't be your match. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4676. Are there only 12 holy cities in the country of eternity? Ling Xiao wanted to get to the bottom of this. No, the country of eternity is basically a country formed by heritage blood. Other than the 12 holy cities, there are many other cities and sections. However, only the 12 holy cities have the most elite heritage blood of the primeval beast god. Therefore, the 12 holy cities are not only the strongest forces in the country of eternity, but also the strongest. Unless they fall, it's almost impossible for them to be destroyed. The Massacre Emperor explained. I see. They are indeed powerful. Are you still confident? The Massacre Emperor asked with a smile. Of course. If they were afraid of the country of eternity, how could the ancient race fight against them? How could they step out of the Black Tortoise mainland? When had Ling Xiao ever been afraid? Good, I didn't misjudge you. The Massacre Emperor laughed. I'm going to disappear. The things I left for you are in the hut. Take good care of them. His figure became fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Ling Xiao returned to the hut. It was the same scene, but he saw 2 streams of tears flowing down from the body. Ling Xiao bowed deeply 3 times from the body and said, Massacre Emperor, I will let your name spread throughout the country of eternity. After saying that, he walked closer to the corpse. After touching it lightly, a drop of inherited blood shot out and entered his body. It began to fuse with the primeval beast god. However, the powerful heritage blood of the primeval beast god could not be suppressed. At this moment, the white jade-like kitten's eyes actually flickered with ancient incantations. A mechanical voice came from its mouth. Heritage blood discovered. Beginning fusion. Because the host is too weak, most of the power will be suppressed and released slowly. As these voices rang out, Ling Xiao immediately felt the swelling pain, as if he was about to explode, disappear. Originally, the power of the heritage blood was released fiercely like a flood. However, at this moment, it was like a small stream. His body did not feel so uncomfortable. This white jade cat is indeed not ordinary. Ling Xiao stroked the cat's soft fur. It was worth the large amount of spiritual stones he had spent to feed it. It was really effective. There was no need to worry about the legacy blood. The quantitative change would naturally develop into a qualitative change. He began to look through the rest of the things in the hut. The Massacre Emperor had said that although he had been captured, many of his things had been snatched away. But when he escaped, he managed to bring some things with him. The first item was the last piece of the puzzle of Yushin's broken soul. It was kept in a glass bottle by the Massacre Emperor. Ling Xiao absorbed it completely. After absorbing it, he could clearly feel that the Yu-God Beast's soul had become stronger. Not only that, but the 2 sacred arts under the Yushin Beast's soul had also become stronger. It turned out that life reversal required one to immediately revive 10 seconds after death. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. But now, with the complete Yu-God Beast soul, this time was extended to half an hour. This way, it would be more controllable and safer. The cooldown time had also been reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours. The cooldown on other people had also been reduced from 30 hours to 20 hours. The Cosmic Light God Fist only had 1 move. Now, just like the void-shattering finger, it had 3 layers. The first level was to stop time, the second level was to reverse time, and the third level was to control the future. And its power had obviously become stronger. Other than the Yu-God's broken soul, Ling Xiao also found a sword in the small room. A sword that was nurturing a terrifying killing intent. The sword's name was Crimson Blood Demon's Sword. This sword could not be upgraded like the Reverse God Sword, but the aura it released was as terrifying as the Reverse God Sword. This was a blood-red longsword. It was not as exaggerated as the Reverse God Sword, but it was terrifying. There were no dragon patterns on the sword, so he did not know what grade it was. Perhaps he did not even have the qualifications to know. Ling Xiao smiled. He stretched out his hand to grab the hilt of the Crimson Blood Demon's sword, and a magical scene appeared. On the sword, a dragon pattern actually appeared, and when he picked up the sword, he could immediately connect with it. It seemed that the Massacre Emperor had really put in a lot of effort to let him control this sword. Ling Xiao transformed into the Emperor physique, and the number of dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon's sword suddenly increased to 6. So that's how it is. It can actually display its power according to the wielder's strength. But this dragon pattern seems to be a bit strong. Ling Xiao returned to his original body, took out a 4-dragon pattern Emperor weapon, which was also a sword, and clashed with the Crimson Blood Demon's sword. In just an instant, the monarch armament with 4 dragon inscriptions shattered like paper. What domineering power! As expected, my feeling was not wrong. Although there is only 1 dragon pattern, the material of the sword itself has not changed. Its sharpness is incomparable to other weapons. Moreover, one of the dragon patterns on the Crimson Blood Demon's sword was different from ordinary dragon patterns upon closer inspection. Other Emperor weapons' dragon patterns do not have claws. But this one has 5 claws, and the dragon pattern is even brighter. Basically, its power is equivalent to 10 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao observed very carefully. The Tai Chi gave him a lot of help, allowing him to easily determine the power of this thing. Even the Reverse God Sword is not as terrifying as this sword. It's better to use it sparingly. After all, this is the Massacre Emperor's weapon. Ling Xiao put away the Crimson Blood Demon's sword, and then burned the Massacre Emperor's body with immortal fire. He put away the ashes. Although this physical body was incomparably powerful and was very tempting to him, it was still very tempting. However, he still had a bottom line. He would not use the Massacre Emperor's body to play tricks. The moment he burned the body, a teleportation array appeared in the small room. Obviously, it was to send him out. Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly outside. The aura of the undead race was even stronger. This made Ling Xiao frown. Yu Fanghua was now adapting to her new power in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. He did not want to disturb her. Therefore, he headed towards the exit. Ling Xiao, if you can hear my voice, then run away quickly. An existence more terrifying than Undead Guard 13 has appeared. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from the voice transmission talisman. The voice came 3 minutes ago. I can't hear it below, so I saved it. I wonder how Mo Jiao is doing. Ling Xiao was a little anxious. He locked onto Mo Jiao's coordinates with the voice transmission talisman, then used the Holy Ground demonic shadow to quickly find him. Mo Jiao! 20 minutes later, he found Mo Jiao. But at this moment, Mo Jiao was no longer alive. His body had been torn into a mess, and pieces were all over the ground. He was already completely dead. Damn it! There was no undead race nearby. Probably because Mo Jiao was already dead, the undead race no longer paid attention to him. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4677. Life Rewind! Ling Xiao did not hesitate and used Life Rewind on Mo Jiao. Fortunately, the effect of Life Rewind increased this time. Otherwise, he would not be able to save Mo Jiao if he had to use it 10 seconds after death. Now, 24 minutes had passed. As long as it did not take more than half an hour, Mo Jiao could be saved. A large amount of true yuan was used on Life Rewind. About 10 minutes later, Mo Jiao, who had been torn into pieces, miraculously revived. Moreover, there was not a single wound on his body. Ling Xiao! Am I not dead? The moment Mo Jiao revived, he was stunned. Sorry, brother. I'm late. Ling Xiao sighed. You saved me. No matter how stupid Mo Jiao was, he could guess this. I hope you won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Am I, Mo Jiao, such a bad person? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Mo Jiao shook his head. At the same time, he made another decision. He could not betray a brother like Ling Xiao. Even if he was not loyal to the old man, it did not matter. After all, the old man had nothing to lose. What the hell happened? Ling Xiao asked. It's a long story. You guessed it right. The undead race had all descended to the graveyard of the gods. I even saw the undead emperor. However, he called himself Lotus Flower. Mo Jiao smiled bitterly. He was too powerful. He killed me with one move. I don't know what happened after that. What did you say? Lotus Flower! Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. That's right, if I can cultivate 3 of them, then Emperor Lianhua must also have 3 of them. The undead emperor should only be one of his avatars. He must have come to the graveyard of the gods to find another avatar. In an instant, everything seemed to be clear. However, the Massacre Emperor was the master of the Crimson Sacred City. Then, who was this Lotus Flower? Could he be the master of one of the 12 sacred cities? What a headache. You know this Lotus Flower? Mo Jiao asked. I've seen him before. I stole the Lotus Sutra from him. Ling Xiao smiled and said, There's no time to lose. Let's leave quickly. This place is no longer safe. Don't you plan on staying in the necropolis of the gods to cultivate? I know of a place that the undead spirit race will never be able to find or enter. Because that place rejected death. You can go there and cultivate. It won't be too late for you to come out after you've cultivated to the point where you can defy the world everlasting palace. Otherwise, with your current strength, once you go out, I'm afraid your woman will be taken away again. Mo Jiao suggested. Who can take my woman away? Ling Xiao sneered. Now, even if the Eternal Emperor were to come in person, as long as I don't want to, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. No one could take Fanhua away. We have been separated for a long time, and I don't want to be separated again. As for cultivation, brother, you don't understand my cultivation method. I have to constantly fight against experts in order to become stronger. There's no point in staying here. Domineering. No wonder you dared to make an enemy out of experts. It's not only because you're not afraid of death. It's also because you can increase your strength like this. And Mo Jiao finally understood. Alright, then I'll risk my life to accompany you. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll fight them to the death. Many thanks. Ling Xiao smiled. Every time they went to a place, they would encounter many enemies. But he would also meet many friends. Ling Xiao felt that he was truly blessed. This is for you. Previously, although Ling Xiao felt that he could make friends with Mo Jiao, to be honest, he didn't treat him as a true friend of life and death. So he didn't give Mo Jiao anything. But now, Mo Jiao would definitely be of great help to him. So, he gave Mo Jiao 2 things. One was the celestial golden dragon mirror. The other was the world-defying golden dragon sword. However, Ling Xiao fused 2 9-dragon mark emperor weapons into it, tailoring it for Mo Jiao. Now, it could be called the 9-dragon mark celestial demon dragon mirror, and the 9-dragon mark celestial demon dragon sword. With these 2 things, Mo Jiao wouldn't be defeated even if he faced the divine physique level 4 or 5 experts. How powerful was a 9-dragon mark celestial emperor weapon? This gift is too valuable. Mo Jiao was shocked. A 9-dragon mark celestial emperor weapon was already the most powerful emperor weapon in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao actually gave it to him. He felt that this thing was a little hot. Just take it. Didn't I say that you'll fight for me? If you don't have this thing, how are you going to fight? Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, I'll take it first. I'll give it to you when you need it. Mo Jiao thought for a while and didn't hesitate anymore. He kept the item. The 3 of them left the graveyard of the gods. They saw that it was chaotic outside. What happened? Mo Jiao grabbed a person and asked. Young master, the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Palace have come to the Beast Deities Union to ask for someone. That person replied. They're negotiating with the Union Master now. Is the Eternal Emperor here? Not yet. That person replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have much confidence in facing the Eternal Emperor now. Let's go. I'm afraid that the old man won't be able to withstand the pressure. The old man alone isn't a match for the 4 supreme kings. Any one of the 4 is as strong as the Fire Emperor. And Mo Jiao was a little anxious. All right, let's go and take a look. I'm the one who caused this trouble. I can't let the Beast Deities Union take the blame for me. Ling Xiao nodded. There were many people gathered at the Beast Deities Union's training field. There were a total of 3 parties. Hundreds of divine physique echelon experts from the Beast Deities Union were here. The Eternal Palace also brought hundreds of divine physique echelon experts. At the same time, hundreds of divine physique echelon experts from the City of Gold arrived under the lead of the Fire Emperor and Yang Shui. The Fire Emperor and Yang Shui had long treated Ling Xiao as their prince. Whoever dared to hurt their disciple, they would fight with their lives. The City of Gold wasn't a match for the Eternal Palace alone. However, it would be a different story if the Beast Deities Union was involved. Because of this, they hadn't started fighting yet. It could be said that the Eternal Light Palace had gone to war this time. The 4 Supreme Kings and Wang Quan Jinghua, a total of 5 kings were here. Apart from Yu Qiushui. The other 3 didn't lose out to the Fire Emperor in terms of aura. They were very powerful. Wang Quan Jinghua looked in the direction of the Beast Deities Union fiercely. There was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. He didn't come here just to bring Yu Fahua back. He wanted to avenge his son. Kill Ling Xiao. The person standing next to Yu Qiushui was called Wang Quan's sword. He was also from the Wang Quan family. He looked very young. He was probably just over 100 years old. He had a head of demonic white hair and silver eyes. A terrifying sword intent was constantly being released from his body. The aura made everyone feel uneasy. Wang Quan's sword was Wang Quanjing's younger brother and Wang Quantianling's second uncle. No one could see the hatred and killing intent on his face. However, there was a strong sense of power in his demonic silver eyes. Chapter 4678. The 4 Supreme Kings hadn't left the Eternal Palace for over 100 years. This time, all of them were mobilized because of Ling Xiao. However, as long as the Eternal Emperor didn't show up, the Beast Deities Alliance Master would still be able to control the situation. Second brother, what are we waiting for? That Ling Xiao obviously wants to hide in the graveyard of the gods and not come out. Are we just going to wait like this? That kid has already been in there for 3 days. Wang Quan Jinghua was very anxious. He had entered the graveyard of the gods before and knew how huge it was. If Ling Xiao went far away, they wouldn't know where to find him. If he really wants to hide in there for the rest of his life, that would be great. Wang Quan Jinghua sneered. Then the Emperor can't blame us. As a member of the Wang Quan clan, Wang Quan Jinghua couldn't be bothered to bring Yu Fanghua back. The more trouble the Yu clan caused, the better. This way, their clan would have a higher chance of being in power. Where there were people, there would be fights. It was the same for the Eternal Palace. Back then, the Yu clan could take the Emperor position from the Ling clan. Why couldn't the Wang Quan clan take the Emperor position from the Yu clan? Big brother, just shut up and wait. Wang Quan Jinghua glanced at him and said coldly. Wang Quan Jinghua opened his mouth but could only shut it helplessly. Although he was the big brother, he wasn't as strong as Wang Quan Jinghua. He could only act like a grandson. And Mo Qianxing, do you really want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace? Seems like the Beast Deities Alliance has been staying in the chaotic desert and doesn't know how terrifying the Eternal Palace is. Before Wang Quan Jinghua could speak, a burly middle-aged man stood out. Tu Hong Tian, the Beast Deities Alliance Master, and Mo Qianxing, frowned. If there was anyone with the most terrifying fighting power among the 4 Supreme Kings, it would definitely be Tu Hong Tian. Tu Hongtian was the most loyal follower of the Eternal Emperor. His fighting power was shocking. He was even stronger than the Fire Emperor. Even if the other three Supreme Being Kings worked together, they would not be his match. Mo Qianxing, why are you afraid of him? Tu Hongtian is powerful, but I recently obtained a treasure. I'm not afraid of him. At that moment, the Fire Emperor took out the 9-dragon inscription Emperor weapon. It was a gift from Ling Xiao a few days ago. There were only 3 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns in the entire Eternal Palace. The Flame Emperor actually had such a powerful top-notch monarch weapon. Tu Hongtian's face changed. The Eternal Light Palace's 3 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapons were all in the hands of the Eternal Life Emperor. They didn't have the right to possess it. Where did the Flame Emperor get it from? His battle prowess was stronger than the Flame Emperor's, but if the Flame Emperor had such a powerful monarch weapon, he would not be able to defeat him. That would be different. And Mo Qianxing smiled and said, Tu Hongtian, I'm sorry. Even if I wanted to let you go, with the Fire Emperor blocking, you guys can't leave. If they really fought, it wouldn't be good for either of them. Why not just wait? I don't think Ling Xiao is a coward who is afraid of death. This way, with the addition of the 3 days that have already passed, a total of 10 days later, we will naturally let you in. The reason why the Beast Deities Alliance was able to remain standing was not because they were strong, but because Mo Qianxing knew how to conduct himself. He didn't want to offend powerful people. Otherwise, the Beast Deities Alliance would have been destroyed long ago. Boss 2, let's just wait. It's only 7 days. Wang Quanjian smiled and said, There's no harm in waiting. I've seen that young man before. He's not a coward. The news has already been sent in. If he doesn't want to turn this place into a bloodbath, he will definitely come out. Yu Qiushui said. Since the 2 of you have said so, then let's wait. Tu Hongtian originally wanted to fight his way in, but the Flame Emperor's 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapon made him feel helpless. If they really wanted to force their way in, facing the combined forces of the Golden City and Beast Deities Alliance, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. There was no need to do so. The 4th Supreme King didn't say anything. This guy was surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. He gave off a very dangerous feeling. Why wait for so many days? I'm here! At this moment, a voice was heard. 3 figures were rapidly approaching from afar. Ling Xiao, Mo Jiao, and Yu Fanghua. Ling Xiao's appearance surprised the people from the Eternal Life Palace. They were surprised that Ling Xiao was so stupid. In their eyes, hiding in the graveyard of the gods was the safest. He actually came out. If he wasn't courting death, then what was? Even the Beast Deities Alliance master shook his head and said, Did I overestimate this kid? Simply stupid. Only the Flame Emperor from the Golden City wasn't surprised at all. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to hide. Every time Ling Xiao was in danger, it was an opportunity for him to become stronger. This kid treated danger as cultivation. How could he be a coward? Ling Xiao held Yu Fenghua's hand. He was so confident and strong. There wasn't any fear in his eyes. It was as if the 4 Supreme Kings were nothing in his eyes. When Wang Quanjian saw the 2 of them, he was instantly infuriated. Yu Fanghua was originally his son's woman. But now, she was standing with another man and whispering sweet nothings to each other. They were even holding hands. His son was already dead. The heavens were so unfair to him. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Wang Qianjian's eyes suddenly became ferocious and crazy. I am really honored to have troubled the 4 Supreme Kings of the Eternal Life Palace. Why? Are you here to send your blessings? Ling Xiao hovered in the air and smiled at the people from the Eternal Life Palace. The 4 Supreme Kings were all at the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Of course, there were differences in strength. But it wasn't to the point where he was in despair. After this trip to the graveyard of the gods, his strength had become stronger again. His physical body had reached the critical stage of upgrading. His cultivation had reached the critical stage of breaking through again. How much he wanted to fight with these experts. What an arrogant kid! You dare to joke after seeing the four of us. Only your courage is admirable. Tu Hongtian sneered. Senior, could it be that only your voice is admirable? Ling Xiao chuckled. Ha ha ha, Tu Hongtian, you've miscalculated this time. No matter how loud your voice is, it's not enough. Your voice won't scare our emperor's son. The crown prince and your princess are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Why did you have to do such a thing that would incur the wrath of the heavens? Why did you have to break them up? The flame emperor laughed and teased Tu Hongtian. Wang Quanjian looked at Yu Fanghua and said, Missy, Ling Xiao is the emperor's son of the Golden City now. His status is compatible with yours. It's not impossible for him to marry you. But it's up to your parents. Even if you want to marry him, you have to get your father's approval. If you elope with him like this, won't your father be bitterly disappointed? Regardless of whether he cared about you in the past, he is your father. Blood is thicker than water. If you elope, not only will you bring shame to the Eternal Life Palace, but you will also bring shame to Ling Xiao. Are you really willing to do that? Chapter 4679. It had to be said that this King's Scepter sword was really a powerful guy. Yu Fanghua had no reason to refute his words. In this world, parents were in existence that could not be violated. Violating it was unfilial. At that time, what would people think of Ling Xiao? Yu Fanghua obviously hesitated. She lowered her head and hesitated. Seeing Yu Fenghua's reaction, King Scepter's sword couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. You're a man, right? You want to marry Fanghua, right? Then why not go to the Eternal Palace to marry her openly? You're just going to trick her into marrying you. You're really selfish. Have you never thought that the Golden Sky region will be humiliated because of your actions? Or do you not have the confidence to marry her openly? Do you feel that you don't have the strength to protect her? If that's the case, what qualifications do you have to live together with her? Let her live a stormy life with you all day long? Don't talk about these principles in front of me. What bullshit parents' orders and matchmaking words. The Eternal Emperor killed Fenghua's mother and ignored Fanghua. She almost died. This person is not worthy of being her father at all. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The Eternal Emperor is worse than an evil beast. Such an evil father, and Fanghua still wants to listen to him. Besides, I'm afraid you don't know, right? Wang Quantian has long colluded with the Death Spirit Emperor of the Death Spirit world. In the square, I believe everyone present can feel the death aura he released. Without distinguishing between right and wrong, he actually wants to marry Fanghua to such a person. The Eternal Emperor is really amazing as a father. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the king's sword was speechless. He used principles to persuade Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao's principles to be even greater than his. And more realistic, more bloody. Anyone who heard it would sympathize with this poor woman. She just wanted to marry the man she loved. What was wrong with that? But she was pushed into a pit by a father who didn't love her at all. Shut up! Wang Quanjian couldn't win the argument, so he became angry out of humiliation. A thunderous sound rang out. Many of the Divine Body Realm martial artists present were so shaken that their bodies trembled, and they almost vomited blood. Some people even had blood dripping from their ears. However, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, did not react at all. He sneered at Wang Quan's sword and said, "What's the matter? You can't win, so you want to use violence? Unfortunately, the sound waves have no effect on me. You've miscalculated." Ling Xiao now had the complete bloodline and beast soul of the Sun God. His mastery of the laws of space was complete. He only needed to divert the sound waves away from the space he was in. This was very simple. This brat! The four supreme beings were shocked. Although the king's sword didn't specialize in using sound waves, it was still a fifth-stage divine body realm expert. The power of the sound waves could even injure a martial artist at the second level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao didn't react at all. Do you want to die? After losing face, the royal sword was finally unhappy. Even though he was the weakest of the four supremes, he was still the strongest. But he still wanted to save face. Idiot. In this world, unless it's someone who's heartbroken, who's willing to die. If I can get the beauty back, why should I die? Ling Xiao chuckled. Good. Good. Do you think that I won't dare to kill you with the Fire Emperor protecting you? The king's sword was really angry. After losing face in front of Ling Xiao, he was really unhappy. Therefore, he looked at the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master and said, Amo Qianxing, I believe you won't start a war with the Eternal Palace for this young man. Of course not. Amo Qianxing shook his head. Ling Xiao wasn't from the Beast Deities Alliance. He couldn't let the Beast Deities Alliance's martial artists die for Ling Xiao. He had already done his best to stop the Eternal Palace's martial artists. Alliance Master won't. But I will. Amo Jiao looked at the king's sword and sneered. Ling Xiao is my brother. Whoever dares to touch Ling Xiao is going against me. Old man, I'm sorry. I can't just stand by and watch my brothers die. You brat. Amo Qianxing smiled bitterly. If Amo Jiao attacked, he couldn't stay out of it. He could ignore Ling Zhao's life and death. But he couldn't ignore Amo Jiao's life and death. Forget it, forget it. I promised to protect your brother, okay? I didn't expect my son to be such a loyal and righteous man. Amo Qianxing smiled bitterly. Thank you, brother. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the king's sword, the other party had 4 kings of supreme godheads. There was also the king's sword. He was obviously no match for them alone. If the Beast Deities Alliance's Alliance Master was willing to help, it would be great. In the Beast Deities Alliance, there were 2 top Vice Alliance Masters. Although they weren't as strong as the 4 kings of supreme godheads, they weren't far off. They would definitely be able to stop 2 of them. With Amo Qianxing, the Flame Emperor, and Yang Shui, they might even have a chance of winning. Everyone could see that as Amo Jiao expressed his attitude. The advantage was slowly shifting to Ling Zhao's side. Since that's the case, we can only fight. Although they were obviously at a disadvantage, the Eternal Palace's pride didn't allow them to retreat. They had to take Yufanghua away. They had to kill Ling Xiao. Hearing that the Eternal Palace was really going to fight, Amo Qianxing frowned. Amo Qianxing frowned helplessly. No matter what, he didn't want to offend the Eternal Emperor. So, he thought of a way to solve the problem. Suddenly, he attacked not the Eternal Palace's people, but Amo Jiao. He knocked Amo Jiao out with a palm. Then, he turned around and returned to his original position. The Beast Deities Alliance doesn't want to be enemies with the Eternal Palace. Everyone please leave. Amo Qianxing naturally wanted to protect the Beast Deities Alliance. He wasn't wrong. But he missed the chance to make a strong ally. Ling Xiao wouldn't blame him, but he wouldn't be grateful to him either. Ha ha ha, the Beast Deities Alliance made a smart choice. There's no need to be enemies with the Eternal Palace for an unrelated martial artist. Ling Xiao, the situation seems to have reversed. Wang Quanjian laughed maniacally as he looked at Ling Xiao. So what? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quanjian indifferently. Facing a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Are the 4 supreme beings planning to attack together? Ha ha! Ling Xiao naturally had a way to resolve the crisis. The stronger one was, the more they cared about their reputation. This was unavoidable for many people. If a tiger wanted to kill a sheep, it would need help. Others would only think that it was old and weak and couldn't do it. There's no need for that. Do we need the 4 supreme beings to deal with you? Big brother, it's time for you to take revenge. We'll help you stop those people from the Golden City. Go and kill Ling Xiao. Wang Quanjian looked at Wang Quanjian and said, Yes, this is my chance. Wang Quanjian was excited and agitated. Facing Ling Xiao one-on-one, this was the situation he was looking forward to the most. He wanted to cut off Ling Zhao's flesh inch by inch. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then could he resolve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 4680. Fan Hua, leave this old thing to me. Don't interfere. Go back into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao was worried that others would attack Fan Hua while he was fighting. Therefore, this was a foolproof plan. Come on, old man, Ling Xiao said provocatively. You're courting death. Wang Quanjingwa pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time with him. He wanted to intimidate the people from the Eternal Palace today. As long as he could kill Wang Quanjingwa instantly, the Eternal Palace wouldn't dare to act rashly. Wang Quanjingwa's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the Di Zun physique. Ling Xiao was also at the 3rd level of the Divine Body realm, but he was much stronger than Wang Quanjingwa. Moreover, Ling Xiao took out the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. His strength was even more terrifying. Brat, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. You're courting death today. Wang Quanjingwa activated all the true origin in his body, and a terrifying aura swept toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there and waited quietly. If he wanted to kill him, he had to kill him in one strike. If he didn't succeed in one strike, it would be difficult. No one noticed Ling Xiao's change, and they didn't care about the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in Ling Xiao's hand that only had one dragon pattern. Until the next moment. They only realized that something was wrong when the Crimson Blood Demon Sword pierced through Wang Quanjingwa's head. However, it was already too late. Wang Quanjingwa used the last of his strength to take back the Eternal Palace's camp. Unfortunately, he died before he could even finish his last sentence. Impossible! This was what everyone thought except for the Fire Emperor. How could Ling Xiao be so powerful? He was clearly a martial artist at the 6th level of the Shattered Core stage. Just how did this guy cultivate? Could it be that he was possessed? Or was it the incarnation of some powerhouse? No one believed that he could reach such a terrifying level with his own cultivation. This was too frightening. A 19-year-old little fellow was simply a brat in the 4 regions and 9 realms. One had to know that anyone below the age of 50 could be considered a youth. Anyone under 100 years old was considered a youth. It was already a miracle for him to reach the core fragmentation realm with his own ability. He was actually able to kill Wang Quanjingwa in one move. How did he do it? The sword in his hand must be extraordinary. That's right. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill my big brother. He must have borrowed the power of a treasure. Even though they had seen Ling Xiao kill Wang Quanjingwa with their own eyes, most of them did not believe that Ling Xiao had the strength to do so. They firmly believed that there was something wrong with the sword. On top of that, it was because I underestimated the enemy too much. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't explain. The more others underestimated him, the more advantageous it was for him. Even if it's not his true strength, the power of that treasure is still extremely terrifying. What should we do? Tu Hongtian frowned and asked. Do you want to continue? Ling Xiao held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his hand, as though he was with the Massacre Emperor. That kind of powerful confidence made him even more fearless of these people. Ling Xiao, if you don't hand over the young miss now, you will definitely regret it. 1 month later, the Overlord will come out of seclusion. At that time, even if Huang Huangdi stops him, it will be useless. Tu Hongtian shouted coldly. 1 month? That's about enough. Ling Xiao smiled and said. 1 month later, there's no need for him to come. I will go to the Eternal Palace to propose marriage. Everyone present, please spread the news. 1 month later, I, Ling Xiao, will hold an official wedding with you Fan Hua at the Eternal Palace. What an arrogant brat. 1 month later, you really dare to come? Tu Hongtian was stunned for a moment. He really did not expect Ling Xiao to be so daring. How dare he? He's just stalling for time. Wang Quanjing was scolded. Why don't the 4 of us join forces and kill him today to prevent endless troubles in the future? Can you do it? Ling Xiao knew that Yu Qiushui would definitely not kill him. If the other three joined forces, even if the beast deity's union did not help, the martial artists of the Golden Sky region would be able to help him stop two of them. If it was just one of them, he had the confidence to kill him. "Old man, you bastard!" Right at this moment, Mo Jiao, who was knocked unconscious, suddenly woke up. A terrifying aura burst out. "Bastard, if you dare to treat me like this again, I will sever all ties with you." Mo Jiao really did not expect Mo Qianxing to knock him unconscious. It almost made him an ungrateful person. "Didn't you not want to offend the Eternal Palace? I will leave the Beast Deity's union. What I have done has nothing to do with the Beast Deity's union. All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror!" Mo Jiao was furious. He used the All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror. Tens of thousands of devil dragons flew out from the All Heaven Devil Dragon Mirror. They blasted into the Eternal Emperor region's camp. In an instant, there were countless casualties. Dozens of Divine Physique Realm martial artists died tragically. Even the four Supreme Kings were battered and exhausted. They had underestimated their enemy. They originally thought that Mo Jiao was just a second-level Divine Physique Realm martial artist and his attacks would be ineffective against them. However, they miscalculated again. Mo Jiao actually had an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. What the hell? Why are the youngsters nowadays so terrifying? Tu Hongtian frowned. It's not that the youngsters are terrifying. Didn't you notice? It seems like those who are related to Ling Xiao all have Emperor artifacts with 9 dragon patterns. The black-clothed Supreme King who had been silent all this while spoke. Who are you? That Ling Xiao is the key. Could it be that he has a treasury with 9 dragon patterns? He frowned. Don't forget, he went to the city of no return and came out the last. The black-clothed Supreme King said. I have an idea. It's impossible to take down this brat today. Why don't we wait for the sovereigns to come out of seclusion? Then we can send someone to deal with this brat secretly. He relies on treasures and will definitely let his guard down. Kill him and all the treasures on him will be ours. Naturally, these words were spoken through voice transmission. Good idea! Tu Hongtian nodded, then waved his hand and said, We will report everything that happened today to the Overlord Ancestor. No matter if it's the Golden City or the Beast Gods Union, just wait. Let's go! Everyone take care. Remember that I will go to the Eternal Palace to ask for her hand in 1 month's time. I want to marry you Fan Hua in a fair and square way. You better decorate the wedding venue grandly for me. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Come if you have the guts. After saying that, the martial artist from the Eternal Palace took Wang Quanzhang's corpse and left. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, you are too fierce. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Mo Jiao laughed and said, However, are you really going to the Eternal Palace in 1 month's time? That is the enemy's nest. Moreover, the Eternal Emperor will come out of seclusion in 1 month's time. It will be very dangerous. Speaking until here, Mo Jiao frowned. Of course I will go. I, Ling Xiao, will keep my word. You can rest assured and wait to attend my wedding. When the time comes, it will definitely be a grand occasion. Ling Xiao smiled. Truly a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Mo Qianxing sneered. Do you know how terrifying the Eternal Emperor is? You don't understand at all. In this world, nothing can be done just by being hot-blooded. Am I ignorant, or are you too cowardly? As the leader of the Beast Gods Union, you actually don't have any courage. Forget it, for the sake of Mo Jiao, I don't want to say more. We'll part ways here, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. End of chapter. Chapter 4681. Ling Xiao was ready to leave. His next stop was the Golden City. There should be many martial artists who were as strong as his original body. He should be able to reach the Divine Physique Echelon in a month. Once his original body reached the Divine Physique Echelon, that would be the day he and Yu Fanghua got married. Fire Emperor, please return to the Golden City first. I'm going to the 3000 Sacred City. It's been a long time, and I'm worried about the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao said. Do you want me to go with you? Yang Shui said calmly. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't reject her. With such a powerful martial artist as his companion, the martial goddess who once commanded the winds and clouds in the 3,000 sacred city, it would definitely strengthen the Battle Alliance's position. Then I'll wait for you in the Golden City. The Fire Emperor smiled. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the crowd. Why is my disciple nowhere to be seen? He was referring to Dong Wenyu. The Fire Emperor took out a letter and passed it to Ling Xiao. She disappeared early in the morning. She only left this letter behind. Ling Xiao opened the letter and read it. The general content was to tell him not to worry and that her family had taken her to the country of eternity. The country of eternity? Ling Xiao was stunned. If it was before, he might not know what the country of eternity was. However, after obtaining the Massacre Emperor's blood, he had some understanding of that place. Wasn't Dong Huanyu's family in the Golden Sky region? What was going on? What a mess. However, this is indeed Yu Yu's handwriting, and there are no signs of her being coerced. It seems like she's really fine. It's fine as long as she's fine. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well stop thinking about it. Let's go! Everyone left the Beast Deities Alliance. Then, they left the chaotic desert. However, Ling Xiao's legendary name was left here. Ling Xiao was the only one flying at high speed in the sky. Yang Shui and Yu Fanghua were chatting in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. The two of them really hit it off at first sight, chatting happily with each other. Ling Xiao had been worried that they wouldn't have anything to say. At this time, Ling Xiao had already changed his appearance. Even his aura was different from before. The abilities of the Yin-Yang Demon King were indeed useful. The reason for this was that Ling Xiao did not want the people of the chaotic desert sea to know that he had gone there. After all, he had offended quite a few people in the chaotic desert ocean. Furthermore, the various major powers were probably still coveting the treasures on him. Although he wasn't afraid, he found it troublesome. The truth was just as he had expected. The moment he left the chaotic sand sea, he felt that many people were staring at him. To be exact, these people were staring at every martial artist that came out of the chaotic desert sea. She was still holding his portrait in her hand. This bunch of bastards really didn't want to give up. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance. These people definitely wouldn't recognize him. Walking out of the chaotic desert sea without changing his expression, Ling Xiao continued to fly in the direction of the Golden Heavens region. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. The Tai Chi could roughly determine their strength. All of them were divine physique echelon experts. Stop! There were a total of 6 people, blocking the way from the chaotic desert sea to the Golden Heavens region. Almost every person that passed by was strictly interrogated. Ling Xiao stopped and looked at the 6 figures indifferently. Seniors, what can I do for you? You're a martial artist from the Golden Heavens region, right? Yes. Do you know someone called Ling Xiao? Of course I do. Ling Xiao made a name for himself in the chaotic desert sea this time. Where is he? The 6 people's faces suddenly turned gloomy. Why are you looking for him? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Why? That brat Ling Xiao actually dared to kill a martial artist from the Eternal Emperor region. What do you think we're going to do? One of them approached Ling Xiao with a sneer and said, Who asked you to be from the Golden Heavens region? Go to hell too. That person suddenly slapped Ling Xiao's head. However, at that moment, a sword pierced through his body. Then, his essence was sucked dry in an instant. The most terrifying thing about the Void God's sword was that it could kill the opponent no matter where it stabbed. The Ling Xiao you're looking for is me. Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier, as he sneered. He definitely couldn't let these guys escape. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures dashed out at the same time. The ultimate god Ling Xiao, the demon lord Ling Xiao, the overlord Ling Xiao, Yang Shui, and Yu Fanghua. In just an instant, there was only one person left on the other side. This person was deliberately left behind by Ling Xiao. Who sent you here? Ling Xiao knew very well that these people didn't tell the truth before. although he was also unhappy with the Eternal Emperor region. But he also couldn't let the real murderer escape. That person didn't answer and directly committed suicide. However, he thought that he could escape pain like this. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao used the heavenly demon eye at the moment he committed suicide. I see. Is it the Abyss Devil region? They really can't wait for me to die. Ling Xiao smiled. The Abyss Devil region probably hated him the most in the 4 regions and 9 realms. It was because of him that the Abyss Devil region's plan fell short. Let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't very surprised. He used the Void God sword to suck the essence of the corpses dry and then burn them. He continued to go to the 3,000 holy cities. What he did in the chaotic sand sea would definitely anger some people. There would be trouble. He had already expected it. Fighting Soul's sacred city. The core of the Battle Alliance could also be considered the capital city. The current Fighting Soul sacred city had a very high status in the 3,000 holy cities. It was also ranked in the top 10. On the streets, there were many heavenly core warriors coming and going, and there were even warriors at the extreme realm of the core realm. It wasn't like before when an Earth core warrior could become the top warrior in the Fighting Soul sacred city. After Ling Xiao's torment, they had become a lot stronger. And it had only been a few months. If they were given more time, they would become even stronger and more terrifying. The legend of the rise of Fighting Soul's sacred city was still being spread by the people. Ling Xiao's battle with a divine physique realm martial artist was almost regarded as a legend. The entire 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Of course, it was even more widely spread in the Fighting Soul's sacred city. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao left the 3,000 holy cities and went to the chaotic sand sea. He was probably killed on the way. The news in the 3,000 holy cities was very limited. Even if Ling Xiao turned the chaotic sand sea upside down, the news would only spread to the Golden City. Almost no one in the 3,000 holy cities knew about it. Many people didn't even know what the chaotic sand sea looked like. There was a rumor saying that Ling Xiao had died in the terrifying chaotic sand sea. After all, it was not a place where ordinary people could go. Suddenly, on the path leading to the Fighting Soul's sacred city, a figure descended at lightning speed. His handsome face was chiseled. Although he was young, there was no immaturity on his face. There was only determination and confidence. Especially that pair of eyes, they seemed to hide many stories. This man was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who had regained his original appearance. End of chapter. Chapter 4682. Ling Xiao had already returned to his original appearance. Since he had already returned to his lair, there was no need to continue disguising himself. Standing there, Ling Xiao looked around. The Fighting Soul sacred city had obviously been expanded, but the strange thing was that the defensive formation seemed to have been bombarded many times. Although it was not damaged, there was a great loss. Could it be that during my absence, someone actually attacked the Fighting Soul sacred city? Ling Xiao frowned, and his face did not look too good. Originally, he thought that with Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, even if the Fighting Soul sacred city could not develop, it would not be bullied. But now, it seemed that something special had happened. Stop! Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the Fighting Soul's sacred city, a person suddenly blocked his way. State your identity and purpose. The cultivator who blocked Ling Xiao's path had already reached the extreme realm of core. However, he should have joined the Fighting Soul Alliance after he left. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him not to recognize his handsome face. Zhang Fan was extremely nervous. Ever since the Great Sacred Lord left the 3,000 sacred city, the Fighting Soul Alliance had been instigated and poached. From having more than half of the 3,000 sacred city. Now, only the Fighting Soul sacred city was left. If not for the powerful defensive formation of the Fighting Soul sacred city, it would have been destroyed. It was not that they were too weak. In fact, their development was very fast. However, the enemy seemed to have invited a powerful existence from the Golden City. Such an existence could subdue Ancestor Scarlet Flame in one move. Therefore, they really had no choice. Many warriors of the Fighting Soul Alliance poured into the Fighting Soul Sacred City, unwilling to surrender to the enemy. But the city had already fallen. Now, the number of warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City was close to 1 million. The daily consumption of resources was a huge number. If not for the large amount of resources that Ling Xiao had left behind when he left, perhaps even cultivation would be a problem. Just a few days ago, the enemy led by Scarlet Sun's Sacred City had just attacked the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although they did not take it down, it made the warriors in the city nervous. In front of him, another mysterious young expert had appeared. As a warrior guarding the city, Zhang Fan was really nervous. The other party's strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was younger than him, he gave him an unfathomable and terrifying feeling. If he wanted to, the other party could probably kill him in a single move. However, as a member of the Battle Alliance, he could not retreat. No matter how strong the enemy was, he had to hold on. Go inform the Lord Saint. Such a strong enemy could only be dealt with by inviting experts. The Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City was naturally Jiangnan. Other than the three masters, the strongest people in Fighting Soul Sacred City were Jiangnan, Gao Shen, Kill the Wolf, Lion Master Bao, and Yi Lingyan. Seeing that the other party was so responsible, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He smiled faintly and said, "Get out of the way. You are definitely not my match. I can kill you with a single finger." While speaking, Ling Xiao deliberately released a terrifying aura. It made Zhang Fan tremble all over. How terrifying! This person was probably even more terrifying than the three great experts of the Battle Alliance. No! This was the rule of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Now that we are in a state of war, if you want to go in, you have to state your purpose and identity. Also, you need a guarantor. This was also a helpless action. In a state of war, it was always unreasonable, but it was necessary. Otherwise, if the enemy sneaked in, the consequences would be unimaginable. I can still go in after killing you. Ling Xiao smiled. It doesn't matter. The remaining people of the Battle Alliance are all warriors who have been through countless battles. Even if you kill me, you can't go in. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. The reason why he chose the Battle Alliance was because he worshipped Ling Xiao. He worshipped that incomparably legendary figure. We are all worshippers of the Great Lord. We exist to protect the dignity of the Great Lord. No one can disobey the rules. Great Lord? Are you talking about Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Interesting. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, but the people of the Battle Alliance were still loyal to him. As expected of a red seedling. Most of them came from the Heavenly Empire. Your great lord has already died in the chaotic sand ocean. Do you still worship a dead person? Ling Xiao said indifferently. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt a strong battle intent from Zhang Fan. Our great lord won't die. Who are you? How dare you spread rumors? Zhang Fan said coldly. Although I'm not your opponent, you disrespected the Great Lord. Perhaps I'll have to ask for your advice. If you attack, you'll really die. Ling Xiao still had a calm smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this guy called Zhang Fan. Fighting to protect the honor of the Great Lord, I have no regrets even if I die. Kill! Zhang Fan finally attacked. He unsheathed his long sword and wildly stabbed it at Ling Xiao. As a martial artist in the ultimate core stage, his performance was already very strong. Unfortunately, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was a bit weak. The violent sword chi suddenly vanished into thin air. It was because of those two fingers. Ling Xiao's two fingers tightly clamped the long sword. The long sword couldn't move no matter how hard he tried. What? Zhang Fan revealed a look of horror. He had already overestimated his opponent, but when he attacked, he realized how terrifying his opponent was. He used all his strength, but he couldn't make the long sword move at all. Who was this person? It was simply too terrifying. Moreover, he was so young. Although he was afraid, he didn't admit defeat. He still gritted his teeth and circulated his true essence to resist. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Crack! The weapon in his hand, a divine-grade heavenly emperor artifact, shattered in an instant. Zhang Fan was also sent flying by the violent force. But strangely, he wasn't injured. "You're very good. It's a pity that you lack good martial skills." Ling Xiao smiled. It seemed that returning this time was absolutely the right choice. He had a large number of cultivation methods and magic treasures to leave in the Battle Alliance. The Battle Alliance had to become stronger. At least when he wasn't around, they wouldn't have to fear the enemy. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave in peace. "Zhang Fan, what's the situation?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Ling Xiao recognized that this voice belonged to Kill the Wolf. He smiled. His old friend had finally arrived. "Holy Lord, City Lord, this person actually said that the great Holy Lord is already dead. He even wants to barge into the Battle Soul Sacred City." Zhang Fan turned around and shouted loudly. "Bastard!" Before the person arrived, a terrifying killing intent had already erupted. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. Kill the Wolf was still as wild as before. This violent temper. When the person came closer, he was suddenly stunned. Jiang Nan and Kill the Wolf were both stunned. Behind them were many familiar faces to Ling Xiao. All of them were stunned. Jiang Nan had become more mature and steady than before, and his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already a martial artist at the first level of the Shattered Core realm. However, this cultivation base was actually a little behind. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4683. Kill the Wolf was much stronger than Jiang Nan. He had reached the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm. This guy's cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, but now he was surpassed by Ling Xiao. If his cultivation was surpassed, there was no need to talk about his strength. The two of them were not on the same level at all. However, friends were friends, and that would never change. Kill the Wolf looked at Ling Xiao and was stunned. The tall and burly man actually had tears streaming down his face as he wept bitterly. He was an extremely ferocious powerhouse on the battlefield who made his enemies tremble in fear. Now, he was crying. He was wailing loudly. "Brat, you're not dead yet!" Kill the Wolf suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao and hugged him tightly. "Damn you, you scared me to death. I told you, you're a cat with 9 lives. How could you die so easily? Great Saint Lord, who is that? Why is Kill the Wolf City Lord so emotional?" Zhang Fan was stunned. "He's your idol, and also the great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance," Jiang Nan said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was immediately stunned. He did not expect that the young and powerful martial artist in front of him was his idol. The great Saint Lord of the Battle Alliance, Ling Xiao. "All right, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I?" Ling Xiao patted Kill the Wolf's shoulder with a smile. He could feel that this person was under a lot of pressure and grievances. It was probably caused by the recent attack on the Battle Alliance. "Brother, we're useless. We couldn't even protect the territory you conquered." Kill the Wolf wiped his tears and said with some self-blame, "Don't say that. Everyone has a time when they can't do anything. It's already good that you can hold on." Ling Xiao did not blame these people at all. Even he would encounter opponents who were so strong that he could not do anything, let alone them. Then, he looked at Zhang Fan and said with a smile, "This kid is not bad. Let me give you something." Ling Xiao casually gave Zhang Fan an emperor artifact with a dragon pattern on it. Monarch weapons had never appeared in the 3,000 sacred cities. Even the best items the big shots had were monarch weapons without dragon patterns. This item could be said to be the best item in the 3,000 holy city. "Ling Xiao, aren't you harming him by giving this to him?" Kill the Wolf was also shocked. One had to know that treasuring a jade ring was a crime. "Don't worry. Soon, our Battle Alliance's elite cultivators will be able to use emperor weapons with dragon patterns." Ling Xiao smiled. These were the monarch armaments he had taken from the world of souls, the monarch armaments he had taken from the Jade Flower Divine Sect, and the monarch armaments he had taken from the Deep Sea Dragon region. Apart from the 9 dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, there were over 100,000 monarch armaments, ranging from 1 to 8 monarch armaments. If he added the monarch weapons without dragon patterns, he would have over 1,000,000. This was a huge amount of wealth. He believed that with these items and the cultivation methods and secret manuals, the Battle Alliance's strength would soar in a short period of time. "Thank you, great Saint Master!" Zhang Fan respectfully received the dragon-patterned Emperor artifact sword. His eyes were filled with excitement. The others also looked at him with envy. "Let's go in." Ling Xiao nodded at Zhang Fan, then looked at Jiang Nan and killed the wolf. The 3 of them stepped into the Battle Soul Sacred City together. The current situation of the Battle Soul Sacred City was not good. There were many people in the city, but resources were scarce. It was almost to the point where it could not hold on any longer. Even so, these people did not betray them. It seemed that they had really withstood the test. "Jiang Nan, announce my return. Also, tell everyone that their loyalty and tenacity is about to reap the rewards. I brought back a lot of resources. Not to mention anything else, just the resources in Yuhuajun and the Dragon Emperor's storage rings were enough for the entire Golden Heavens region to use for 10 years. Now, it was only a small battle alliance. These resources were simply astronomical." "Yes." Jiang Nan excitedly hurried to announce this matter. She could see that Ling Zhao's return this time was not only much stronger, but also a huge harvest. "Kid, you're rich?" Kill the Wolf laughed. Ling Xiao smiled and told him about how he destroyed the Yuhua Divine Sect and the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. "Why are you kneeling?" After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he saw Kill the Wolf kneeling there. "I want to sing Conquer for you." "Kid, you're not making up lies, are you?" "I don't know about the Yuhua Divine Sect, but the Deep Sea Dragon Domain is one of the 4 great domains." "You actually destroyed it? Damn, are you trying to scare me to death?" Although Kill the Wolf trusted Ling Xiao very much, this news was too shocking. "To be precise, I destroyed the Dragon Emperor and other experts of the Deep Sea Dragon Domain." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "And I had the help of the Fire Emperor, Valkyrie, and others." "That's more like it." Kill the Wolf stood up and slightly believed it. He felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't lie to him about this. "Great Lord! The Great Lord is back!" On the way, he saw a few familiar faces. When they saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt down and bowed. "Rise, all of you. You've all worked hard these days. Now that I'm back, your good days are coming." Ling Xiao smiled and gently lifted his hand. Dozens of people were lifted up and stood up. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The Great Lord's strength had become terrifying. After Jiang Nan announced the news of Ling Zhao's return, the entire Battle Soul Sacred City was in a jubilant mood. In the past, the Battle Alliance had been forcefully established by the first Sacred Master with her own strength. Now, he was back. This also meant that the Battle Soul Alliance's time to counterattack had arrived. However, some people were worried that the 3,000 Sacred City was different from before. The newly established Battle Monarch Alliance had 12 first-level Divine Body Echelon experts, 4 second-level Divine Body Echelon experts, and 1 third-level Divine Body Echelon expert. So what if Ling Xiao was back? It seemed like nothing could be changed. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at his old residence. Many people were there, including Han Myungkeo, Lion Xiaobao, Yiling Yan, Ziqian Ye, Zilong, and Gao Xin. However, only 3 people were missing. "Where are Patriarch Crimson Flame and the others?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. "The 3 seniors have returned to the Golden City," Han Myungkeo said calmly. "Wait, are you hiding something from me?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "There's no need to hide anything. Tell me what's on your mind. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. I know what to do. They've been taken away." Zilong was young and impetuous. He couldn't hide his thoughts. He said loudly, "Big brother, in order to protect us, the 3 seniors went to the Golden City to complain. Because a divine body echelon expert from the Golden City interfered with the 3,000 sacred cities' matter. However, just as they left the sacred city, they were captured. The ones who took action were all divine body echelon experts. The three of them couldn't do anything. Our spy in the Battle Monarch Alliance said that Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were sent to the Golden City to be detained. It was an order from the Battle Monarch himself. Chapter 4684. As for General Zhao Fengyun, he was brought to the Battle Monarch Alliance and thrown into the Purple Lightning Prison to suffer endless torture. They didn't want him to die, but they wanted him to suffer every day, until his body turned into ashes. Zilong told them everything in one breath. Ziqianya glared at Zilong. "You're just adding to our troubles. The other party is a subordinate of the Battle Monarch Alliance. It's useless. Even the First Saint can't do anything about it." "Who says I can't do anything about it?" Ling Zhao's body released an extremely terrifying aura. This caused everyone present to tremble with fear. How can he be so strong? This aura feels like he's in the divine physique echelon. Everyone was astonished. The difference between when Ling Xiao left and now was like heaven and earth. "Ling Xiao, don't be rash. The Battle Monarch Alliance is no match for the Battle Monarch Alliance now," Ziqianya said hurriedly. Zilong was also anxious. "I shouldn't have said anything. It's all my fault. I can't control myself," Ling Xiao said coldly. "Don't worry. I won't throw my life away. I just want the Battle Monarch Alliance to suffer my wrath. Senior Zhao Fengyun has done me a great favor. The Battle Monarch Alliance also owes him a great favor. How dare they make him suffer in the Purple Lightning Prison? I'm going to destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. I must!" Everyone could feel his terrifying murderous aura. "To put your minds at ease, let's meet the two of them." Ling Xiao didn't want the Battle Monarch Alliance to worry about him. Then, he released Yu Fanghua and Yang Shui. The two of them released a terrifying aura in an instant. Yu Fanghua was in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Yang Shui was in the 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. "Oh my god, isn't that the goddess of martial arts? She's even stronger than the Battle Monarch Alliance." The goddess of martial arts, Yang Shui, was very famous in the 3,000 holy cities. She was even more famous than Ling Xiao. Her appearance immediately put everyone at ease. The other person is also terrifying. He's in the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Where did the First Saint Lord find such a helper? Everyone was shocked. "It's you!" Haim Myunkeo was extremely excited. Back then, Yu Fanghua had gone to the immemorial tomb and saved her. She had even helped her improve her cultivation. Otherwise, she didn't know when she would be able to come here. "Who is she?" Many people looked at Haim Myunkeo and asked. "Eternal Light Palace Princess Yu Fanghua, the only woman our First Saint loves." When Haim Myunkeo said this, she could not help but feel bitter. What? Each of their identities was more shocking than the other. The Eternal Palace could be said to be the most powerful place in the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The First Saint was too domineering. She had actually obtained their help. "Your Highness, just give the order. This time, it was the warlord who broke the rules, so he can do whatever he wants." "Crown Prince?" Hearing this address, everyone was stunned once again. What was going on? What emperor? They were all a little confused. "You might not know this, but Emperor Huang Huangdi has officially conferred Ling Xiao as the Crown Prince of the Golden Heavens region, which means he is one of the successors of Emperor Huang Huangdi," Yu Fanghua said with a smile. Boom! Everyone present was dumbfounded. They could not imagine what Ling Xiao had done in the chaotic sand ocean to become the Crown Prince. This was too amazing, wasn't it? Damn, so you were telling the truth when you said that you destroyed the deep-sea dragon realm and killed the Dragon Emperor. Kill the Wolf finally believed Ling Xiao's words. This was another bombshell. Everyone was blasted to the point that they couldn't tell what was going on. "Alright, now you believe that I can take revenge, right? Just stay in Fighting Soul's sacred city. I will be back soon. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he immediately flew into the air. On the way, he let Yu Fanghua and Yang Shi enter the Dongxing Emperor ring again. He wanted to settle this matter by himself. Moreover, he had the strength to do so. They looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. Everyone in the main hall still could not believe it. They thought that this was a dream. This guy is getting more and more terrifying, Han Myunkeo said with a wry smile. It seems that there is nothing that he can't do. Even the goddess of martial arts calls him the crown prince. What else do we have to worry about? Pass down my order. When the great saint returns, it will be the time for our Fighting Soul Alliance to counterattack. We must let those traitors know that they have made a wrong choice. Yes. Everyone was extremely excited. After suffering for a few months, they could finally vent all their anger. After seeing the smug faces of those traitors, they could finally tear those guys' ugly faces into pieces. This feeling was really great. In Fighting Soul's sacred city, everyone saw the three figures gliding across the sky above the city. Ling Xiao did it deliberately. He wanted to let the people of Fighting Soul's sacred city know that following Ling Xiao was not wrong, and guarding this place was not wrong. This is the true return of a king. Yes, we didn't wait in vain for so long. Everyone eagerly watched the three departing figures, their hearts filled with hope. In the old Scarlet Sun's sacred city, it had become the stronghold of Fighting Soul Alliance. A middle-aged man sat high in the main hall, surrounded by women. Obviously, he enjoyed this life. Ha ha ha, Lord Fighting Soul Alliance is worrying too much. They even sent a third-level Divine Physique Echelon to deal with a small Fighting Soul Alliance. In my opinion, 12 first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists are more than enough. As for Zhao Fengyun, just kill him. Why throw him into the Purple Thunderbolt prison? It's a waste of time. The person who spoke was a 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist. Under normal circumstances, Divine Physique Echelon martial artists would not appear in public. They would be engrossed in cultivation. Therefore, he became the leader of Fighting Soul Alliance, the leader on the surface. His strength was not inferior to Forefather Scarlet Flame and the others. Therefore, he did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. You want to use Zhao Fengyun as bait to lure Ling Xiao? That kid must have died in the chaotic sand ocean. It was unknown whether Fighting Soul Alliance had forgotten about the 3,000 holy cities or did not have time to mention it. Anyway, these people did not know what happened in the chaotic sand ocean. If they knew, they would not be so smug. They might even run away immediately. Leader, you're wrong. A figure slowly walked into the main hall. The middle-aged man waved his hand and asked the women to leave. Greetings, Ice General. The middle-aged man hurriedly knelt down. Get up. The white-clothed martial artist who was as cold as ice was a first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. The middle-aged man naturally did not dare to act rashly in front of him. Leader, you've been too relaxed these days. You even forgot that Ling Xiao is not an ordinary person. We can't be careless before we get news of his death. Ice General said coldly. The Ice General said coldly. After all, he is the champion of the Golden Battle. We can't underestimate him. The leader of Fighting Soul Alliance said with a smile. The champion of the Golden Battle is just a nobody in front of me. Chapter 4685. If it wasn't for the powerful formation in Fighting Soul's sacred city, we would have broken through it a long time ago. The 3,000 holy cities will also be under the control of our Warlord Alliance. The leader of Fighting Soul's sacred city was in a bad mood. In the past few months, they had attacked Fighting Soul's sacred city nearly 100 times. Unfortunately, every time, they would lose soldiers and generals, but they were unable to succeed. Leader, don't worry. The formation in Fighting Soul's sacred city is almost at its limit. It's only a matter of time before we take it down. As for that Ling Xiao, I don't know if he's dead or alive. It's so boring guarding here. Ice General said indifferently. Humph. Once we take down Fighting Soul's sacred city, I'll definitely kill everyone there. How dare they disobey Fighting King's order and refuse to submit to us? They'll only end up dying miserably. The leader of Fighting Soul's sacred city snorted coldly. At this moment, the Ice General suddenly stopped talking. After a while, he suddenly looked into the distance. He's here! Ling Xiao is here! We didn't wait in vain. When the leader of Fighting Soul's sacred city heard this, his face immediately lit up with joy. Men, bring Zhao Fengyan here. I want to play with this little guy. After a while, Zhao Fengyan was brought over. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan had been tortured beyond recognition. There was not an inch of skin on his body that was intact. Perhaps he had survived because of his strong will to live. Zhao Fengyan, Ling Xiao is here. I'll bring you to see him. The leader of Fighting Soul's sacred city sneered and then flew into the sky. Two of his core fragmentation realm subordinates grabbed Zhao Fengyan and chased after him. When Zhao Fengyan heard Ling Xiao's name, his originally lifeless eyes revealed a trace of pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to come, because he knew this was a trap. At this moment, there were still dozens of people hanging on the city gate tower of Scarlet Sun's sacred city. Some of them couldn't withstand the torture and were already dead. There were also many people who were on the verge of death. These were all Fighting Soul's sacred city's martial artists. After they were captured, they were directly hung on the city gate tower. They endured torture every day. No matter if they entered or left the city, the martial artists of Scarlet Sun's sacred city would play with them. As a result, not a single one of them was unscathed. It was too horrible to look at. Of course, there were also spies from the Battle Alliance in the crowd. These people had endured the humiliation and joined the Battle Monarch Alliance just to gather information. If they hadn't sent the news to Fighting Soul's sacred city time and time again, Fighting Soul's sacred city wouldn't have had the time to organize a defense. They were also unable to remove the spies from the Battle Alliance. Many of these people were discovered and hung together on the city gate tower. But death and fear did not make them submit. Therefore, there were still many people who persisted. Looking at those warriors on the city gate tower, those companions, their hearts were bleeding. Facing these people, they wanted to save them, but they were powerless. It was impossible for Fighting Soul's sacred city to send a powerful cultivator to rescue them. Their only hope was Ling Xiao. Only the return of Ling Xiao could turn the tide. First Saint, will he come? The warriors who were hung on the city gate tower seemed to have reached their limits in a daze. The first prime you've been waiting for will be here soon. Right at this moment, the Battle Alliance's leader and Bing General appeared. The Battle Alliance's leader sneered. Too bad, even if he comes, he'll be hung there like all of you. Ha ha! Did you really think that a heavenly core warrior could fight a divine physique warrior? Maybe he has some secret skill that can fight one of you. But don't forget, we have 12 first-level Divine Physique Warriors, 4 second-level Divine Physique Warriors, and 1 third-level Divine Physique Warrior. His arrival will only make all of you fall into despair. I'll let all of you see it. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from the horizon. Right at this moment, everyone could feel it. Bing General furrowed his brows. The Battle Alliance's leader furrowed his brows. What a terrifying killing intent, who is it? Everyone, get ready for battle, Bing General said coldly, following his voice. In Scarlet Sun Holy City, a dense crowd of powerful martial artists soared into the sky. All of their auras were extremely terrifying. The sky was filled with warriors, like a swarm of locusts. Young master! Zhao Fengyan closed his eyes in pain. He could feel that the person coming from afar was Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's aura was much stronger than before, it was still useless. Compared to the warriors from Battle King Alliance, he was too weak. This was no different from courting death. Although he was happy that Ling Xiao had come to save him, he didn't want Ling Xiao to die because of this. Finally, a figure appeared in the horizon. He wore a green robe, and his black hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was emitting a terrifying killing intent. It's really Ling Xiao. He actually dares to come to Battle King Alliance. He's still as crazy as before. But it's different this time. He's here to court death! The cultivators of Scarlet's unholy city gloated as they looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. They were still afraid of Ling Xiao. First Saint Lord, don't come! Someone shouted from the top of the city wall. They were already satisfied that Ling Xiao had come. However, they couldn't let Ling Xiao die here. If he died, they wouldn't be able to avenge themselves. However, since Ling Xiao had come, how could he leave? His figure was getting closer and closer. He was near the city wall. Facing tens of thousands of experts, his eyes flashed with a deathly madness. His body had already transformed into the ultimate heavenly rat. He also secretly activated the sun god's blood formation. At the same time, he entered the second level of the bloody rat. At this moment, there was only one word that kept flashing in his mind. Kill! You've all worked hard. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people on the city wall. These people were all his loyal warriors. They wouldn't betray him even if they died. He would never let them suffer in vain. He would avenge them. Ling Xiao is here, there's no point in keeping you alive. Men, go and kill those people. Those martial artists hanging on the city gate tower were originally used to provoke Ling Xiao to appear. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, these people naturally had to be killed. The Battle Alliance's lord called out to Ling Xiao. Dozens of extreme core realm warriors leapt towards those people. They were going to end their lives. Saint Ground Demonic Shadow! Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the city wall. Facing the dozens of extreme core realm warriors who were leaping towards him, he disdainfully swung his sword. It was just a normal attack. A sword beam swept across. The dozens of warriors were all sliced in half, and their dantians were shattered. These divine core warriors' weak points were still their dantians. What? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. In an instant, Ling Xiao completed the counterattack and the rescue. Those extreme core realm warriors were like locusts in front of him. They were easily torn apart. Chapter 4686. Come in! Ling Xiao put all the martial artists hanging on the city wall into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Although this would make him bear a lot of weight. However, this was the safest way to do it. The spies in the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the time for their counterattack was coming. Battle Monarch Alliance, none of you will live today. I'm going to massacre the city. Ling Xiao was usually very careful and didn't want to kill too much. But today, he couldn't control his killing intent anymore. Looking at Zhao Fengyan's pitiful state, he only had one thought in mind. Destroy the Battle Monarch Alliance. Ha ha ha, although you surprised me, that's all there is to it. You want to massacre the city? Let's see if you have the ability. After a moment of surprise, the Battle Monarch Alliance chief returned to normal. He thought that Ling Xiao only had outstanding movement techniques. He didn't need to care about that. Young lord, you shouldn't have come. Zhao Fengyan looked at Ling Xiao weakly and sighed. It's fine if I die. But you can't die. If you die, there won't be any hope for revenge. Big brother Zhao, I won't die. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Suddenly, he released the Dragon God Frost Array and the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array at the same time. A chilling aura was released. Everyone was frozen at that moment. Ling Xiao had already noticed it when he arrived here. The strongest martial artist here was only at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It seemed like the third and second level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists weren't here. This way, his array diagram would be able to unleash its full potential. The moment they were frozen, the yellow springs filled the entire Scarlet Sun's sacred city. Except for the spies with special marks on their bodies. The rest were swallowed by the yellow springs' water. Everyone's face was filled with fear. No one expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. A large number of martial artists were killed by Ling Xiao's first attack. Less than 1/3 of them were left. Basically, martial artists below the half-step divine body realm couldn't survive in this world of ice and snow and the Yellow Spring River. At this moment, the 12 first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists in the crowd had already recovered from the ice. However, they still needed to circulate a large amount of true essence to expel the cold chi. As for the leader of the Battle Monarch Alliance, he was still frozen. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was obvious that he was terrified. After the first wave of attacks, Ling Xiao put away the Ocean God Yellow Springs Array diagram. This was used to clear the area. After clearing out all the trash, it was time to do the real thing. Ling Xiao, who had descended like a demonic god, had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people with a single move. Furthermore, these people were all experts. Basically, all the elites of Battle Monarch Alliance had been wiped out. The rest were the best of the best, and the rest were trash. Those trash were lucky that they didn't stay in Scarlet Sun's sacred city. If they were here, they would probably end up in the same miserable state. Not good! Someone suddenly shouted because they realized that Zhao Fengyun had suddenly disappeared. In the chaos just now, Zhao Fengyun had already been saved by Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to leave after saving her. He wanted to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. Are you the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance? Ling Xiao instantly appeared in front of the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance, and took the initiative to remove the ice on his body. Then, he placed the Void God sword on his neck. That's right, I'm the leader of Battle Monarch Alliance. Do you dare to kill me? This guy was still acting tough even when a blade was placed on his neck. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao sneered. I'm the leader appointed by Lord Battle Monarch. If you dare to kill me, Lord Battle Monarch will definitely not let you go. The leader of Battle Monarch Alliance said with disdain. Battle Monarch Huang Jinlan. Don't worry, after killing you, I'll kill him. How dare he hurt my family? Even if he's the king of heaven, I, Ling Xiao, won't let him go. So, you should prepare to die in peace. The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled up into a cold smile. Killing Huang Jinlan was no longer a pipe dream. He could really do it. Although his original body wasn't Huang Jinlan's match, he had the powerful combination of three. Not to mention Battle Monarch Huang Jinlan, he could even fight Monarch Huang Jinlan. Ling Xiao, you really know how to brag. Although you've become extremely powerful today, you still have to die. I've waited for so long, and finally, I have a chance to kill you. This time, I won't miss this chance. The person who spoke was the Sword Soul City's sacred leader. This person was really good at enduring. He had endured until now, thinking that he had found a chance to kill Ling Xiao. He believed that although Ling Xiao had killed so many martial artists in an instant, he still had a chance. Against the Divine Physique Realm martial artist, he didn't stand a chance. It was the same even against a half-step Divine Physique Realm martial artist like him. I didn't kill you before because you were trash. Today, you're just as trash. Do you think that you can ride on top of me, Ling Xiao, just because you've become a half-step Divine Physique Realm martial artist? Ridiculous and stupid! Ling Xiao looked at the Sword Soul City's sacred leader with disdain. Since you want to die, after killing this so-called Alliance Master, you'll be next. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Don't talk big. You dare to be so arrogant in front of so many experts? We were caught off guard by you, but it doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. The Sword Soul City's sacred leader sneered. Is that so? Ling Xiao chuckled. I'm going to kill this idiotic Alliance Master now. Who can stop me? Ling Xiao's sword pierced into the Battle King Alliance's leader's body. No. It wasn't that the Alliance Master wasn't afraid of death, but he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so calm. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to stab his sword into the Alliance Master's body. The Alliance Master felt the essence in his body crazily surging out. Let him go. The Ice General roared. Do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you're loud? If you have the ability, come and save him. Do you only know how to roar? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He circulated his true yuan, and the reverse god technique absorbed the essence even more crazily. The Alliance Master of the Battle King Alliance was sucked dry in an instant, Seeing this scene, even the divine physique realm martial artists felt their hearts tremble. This Ling Xiao was too scary. The way he killed people was too terrifying. The Battle Alliance's spies had already arrived at Ling Xiao's side. Seeing this scene, they felt incomparably refreshed. During this period of time, they had seen too many Battle Alliance martial artists being tortured and killed. Today, they could finally vent their anger. Kill them until the sky turned dark. Kill them until the sun and moon lost their light. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If he didn't kill all these bastards, how could Ling Xiao face the relatives of the dead Battle Alliance martial artists? These people had all died for him. He had to take revenge. Only then could he vent his anger. End of chapter. Chapter 4687. Young Lord, run! As long as you're alive, there's hope! Zhao Fingyun's weak voice came from the Dongxing Emperor Ring. Brother Zhao, I've told you that Scarlet Sun's sacred city will become a purgatory today. Everyone who was involved in this matter must die. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with confidence and killing intent. Kill him! Kill him now! Ice General roared. All the half-step divine body realm martial artists pounced on Ling Xiao. The violent aura made Zhao Fingyun's expression change. However, Ling Xiao only sneered. A giant frost divine dragon appeared in the dragon god frost array diagram. With a terrifying chill, it pounced on all the martial artists. Help! I don't want to die! Cries of agony could be heard as the ferocious frost divine dragon devoured the martial artists. They struggled with all their might. They resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. The powerful Frost Divine Dragon was equivalent to the attack of a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Who could stop a mere half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist? The terrifying chill froze half the sky. Countless martial artists fell from the sky like ice sculptures. The chill of the Frost Divine Dragon was much scarier than the initial chill of the Dragon God Frost Array diagram. At this moment, Ice General finally couldn't take it anymore. He finally released the aura of a Divine Body Realm martial artist. Originally, he wanted the half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist to test Ling Xiao's strength for him. However, he realized that Ling Xiao liked to use ice element attacks. It was no threat to him. Seeing that Ice General was about to make a move, the Sword Spirit Sacred Leader let out a sigh of relief. He was scared to death just now. Luckily, he didn't charge forward foolishly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Now that Ice General had made a move, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance anymore. At this moment, another terrifying aura came from the sky. Another first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist had arrived. General Feng! The remaining battling Monarch League martial artists were pleasantly surprised. If it was just Ice General, they wouldn't have had much confidence. However, with Ice General and General Feng working together, Ling Xiao wouldn't stand a chance. Ling Xiao, you've finally appeared. If you surrender now, perhaps Lord Battle King will spare your life. General Feng said coldly. What's the point of wasting words with him? He killed so many of our people. He will definitely die today. The Ice General roared. Not only will he die, everyone in Fighting Soul's sacred city will die with him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with viciousness. Originally, after killing so many people, he was already considering whether he should continue killing. However, the Ice General's words made him completely give up on this idea. These people must be killed. There was nothing to sympathize with. Surrender without a fight? What's the point of saying such things now? Ling Xiao said coldly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ling Tian's martial spirit. It couldn't be helped, he was only a 6th-level core-shattering stage martial artist now. The only way to defeat a divine physique realm martial artist was to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This was because the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was the key to making up for the gap between true Yuan and divine Yuan. Otherwise, even if he could win, it would be very difficult. There were many enemies today, he didn't want to underestimate them. It wouldn't be good if he got himself killed. The reverse god's sword in his right hand and the crimson blood demon's sword in his left hand. Ling Xiao was going to start a massacre today. Beast god sky-devouring flash! As Ling Xiao roared, a small circular formation was formed on the crimson blood demon's sword in his left hand. A terrifying giant beast roared. Once the flash burst out, in an instant, it pierced through the bodies of two divine physique realm martial artists. They were killed instantly. The Ice General and the Wind General dodged quickly enough to avoid death. After all, they were the strongest among the 12 divine physique realm martial artists. Reverse God Art, linear form! Almost at the same time, the reverse God Art burst out from the reverse God sword in his right hand. The linear form was slashed out. Although it was simple, its lethality was extremely terrifying. Another 2 divine physique realm martial artists were slashed in half at the waist and lost their vitality at the same time. This happened in the blink of an eye, but it shocked the group of people. Was this Ling Xiao? Wasn't he a heavenly core martial artist? How could he be so terrifying? Ling Xiao seemed to have left the sword spirit saint alive on purpose to make him fearful, so he didn't kill him. Instead, he targeted the divine physique realm martial artists. All the divine physique realm martial artists trembled in fear. When they wanted to escape, they suddenly realized that they were trapped in Ling Xiao's formation. They couldn't escape at all. How could this guy be so powerful? Killing divine physique realm martial artists is like slaughtering dogs. The Ice General and the Wind General no longer had the arrogance they had before. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. As for the Sword Spirit Saint, he was already trembling in fear, and he couldn't even say a word. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao was actually powerful to this extent? Didn't you want to kill me? Why aren't you doing it? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 8 divine physique realm martial artists mockingly. If you guys aren't going to attack, then I will. Repent for your sins. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Another divine physique realm martial artist was directly pierced through. His essence was instantly sucked dry. 7 left! Don't worry, Sword Spirit Saint, you will be the last one to die. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure disappeared again. Killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Ling Xiao's massacre began in the Scarlet Sun Holy City, and no one could stop him. Run! Run! The Ice General revealed a terrified expression as he watched his companions being killed one after another. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come to the Scarlet Sun Holy City by himself. He was simply a madman. A terrifying madman. His strength was so strong that it was terrifying. In the following massacre, Ling Xiao killed 1 person with each strike, and he continuously used the Beast God Sky-devouring flash and unification form. He was training his combat skills in battle. Now only the 2 of you are left. Come, die bravely. Ling Xiao stood there and said coldly as he looked at the Ice General and General Wind General. In his eyes, the Sword Spirit Saint, who was paralyzed with fear, was not a human at all. Ling Xiao, we are from the Golden City, and our status is not low. If you kill us, there will be no place for you in the entire Golden Sky region. General Wind said coldly. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? I have already killed 10 of you, and I don't mind killing 2 more. Forget it, I will tell you a good thing. I am now the Emperor of the Golden City, the Emperor of the Golden City. My status is the same as Huang Jilan's. Do you think I will still be reprimanded if I kill you? Ling Xiao sneered. Impossible! The Ice General shook his head. Impossible? Shui, tell him if it's possible or not. Ling Xiao wanted these people to die in extreme regret. Yang Shui came out of the Dongxing Emperor ring. She looked at the 2 people opposite her coldly. Valkyrie! The 2 people were not blind. Of course, they recognized Yang Shui, whose strength was even more terrifying than Warlord Huang Jilan. Chapter 4688. What he said is the truth, Yang Shui said indifferently. And he's the first successor of the Dizun. Even the warlord's status is inferior to his. How can this be? How can this be? General Ice and General Wind were completely dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that something like this would happen. If they had known, they definitely wouldn't have made Ling Xiao their enemy. Even if it was the warlord's order, they wouldn't have dared to make Ling Xiao their enemy. Making an enemy of the crown prince? Wouldn't that be courting death? All right, now that you know who I am, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao struck with both swords. He used the beast god sky-devouring flash and the god reversing art at the same time. He killed General Ice and General Wind. As for the sword's spirit Holy Lord, he was actually scared to death. Ling Xiao burned his body with fire, not giving him any chance to escape. After killing all the first-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists, Ling Xiao went straight to the Crimson Sun Holy City's main hall. He sensed it. The remaining experts were all there. He stepped into the main hall. 5 powerful Divine Body Echelon martial artists were already waiting there. 1 Divine Body Echelon martial artist with 3 types. 4 second-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists. Other than the Golden City, no one else could have such a lineup. No wonder the Battle Alliance couldn't defeat them. The warlord was really willing to pay a huge price. He actually sent such powerful experts to the 3,000 holy cities. The 3rd-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, Ling Xiao, you're indeed a terrifying existence. However, your cultivation is ultimately limited. You can kill 1st-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists, but you can't kill us. I'm afraid even a 2nd-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist can turn you into ashes. Therefore, your only way out now is to submit to the warlord. Become the warlord's weapon. That way, you can still live. Is your warlord worthy? Ling Xiao mocked. You only have one chance. Unfortunately, you missed it. What happens next will make you regret it forever. Surround him. Don't give him a chance to escape. The 3rd-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist waved his hand lightly. The 4 second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists immediately spread out and surrounded Ling Xiao. Is that necessary? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. I can't bear to leave without killing you. Since the warlord has given me such a great gift, I will naturally accept it. You're as arrogant as ever. Although I don't know why you're so confident, you can only die today. A 3rd-level Divine Body Echelon martial artist treated Ling Xiao as an ant that could be slaughtered at will. This was because he didn't know what had happened in the chaotic desert. If he knew that Ling Xiao had killed Wang Quan Tianming and Wang Quan Jinghua, who were both at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm, he probably wouldn't be so confident. As expected, the ignorant are fearless. Do you think you've won? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Your confidence comes from the fact that you think you have more people. Moreover, he was powerful enough. Unfortunately, compared to me, he's still a little lacking. Supreme God, Supreme Demon, Supreme Emperor, God-defying Tao Tai. Supreme God Ling Xiao, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Supreme Demon Ling Xiao, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Supreme Ling Xiao, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. God-defying Tao Tai, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. The God-defying Tao Tai was the strength of the God-defying sword when it transformed into a Tao Tai. How can this be? The appearance of these beings completely shocked the 3 Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. They were extremely shocked. They had never heard that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying twin brother. And a battle beast? Is it fun? These should be enough to deal with the 5 of you, right? Ling Xiao looked at the 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist in ridicule and smiled faintly. Even if you're like this, we still have the advantage. The 3rd-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist gritted his teeth. Haha, you won't cry until you see the coffin? All right, Fanghua Shui. Come out. And my undead warriors! Yu Fanghua, 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Yang Shui, 4th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. 6 undead warriors at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. This was what Ling Xiao got from reviving corpses. With his current cultivation and strength, he could already revive undead warriors at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Originally, they had surrounded Ling Xiao, but now it was Ling Xiao who had surrounded them. Especially Yang Shui's appearance, which made them completely lose their fighting spirit. Yang Shui was in existence even more terrifying than the warlord. She alone was enough to destroy all of them. They were cowardly and fearful. They wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao had already surrounded this place with his martial soul barrier. How can this be? The martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon completely broke down. This time, in order to lure and kill Ling Xiao, they had racked their brains. They originally thought that 12 martial artists at the 1st level of the Divine Physique Echelon could easily capture Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed. However, they didn't panic because of this. They thought that the 5 of them would still be able to capture Ling Xiao easily. They wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance. Unfortunately, they miscalculated once again. Who would have thought that this would actually happen? Why would Ling Xiao be with the Valkyrie? Why would he have so many powerful experts by his side? This was completely incomprehensible. Valkyrie, do you really want to become enemies with the warlord? The martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon still wanted to use the warlord to threaten Ling Xiao. There's no need for Shui to do anything. Kill! Ling Xiao was all too clear about the strength of his clones. Every one of them was the most terrifying existence at the same level. The god-defying Tao Tai was even more terrifying. The 4 martial artists at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon didn't have any chance to resist, and were easily killed. The martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon finally realized who he had offended. He had offended such a terrifying existence. At the moment of his death, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Oh, warlord, you shouldn't have offended this person. Unfortunately, his final repentance didn't have much meaning. He was still the body that was torn apart by the overlord Ling Xiao. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he felt that his cultivation had broken through again. There was only coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was no sympathy at all. He had finally broken through to the 7th level of the Shattered Core Realm. His strength had improved by another step. As for the warlord, he wouldn't forget him. The mastermind behind all of this was the warlord, so the warlord had to die. The next step was to wait for the 3,000 holy cities to settle down before heading to the Golden City. Big Brother Zhao, let's all return to the Fighting Soul Sacred City together. From now on, the 3,000 holy cities will completely change their name. Not the Fighting Soul Alliance, but the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao now had the absolute strength to contend with the top forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, it was time for the Celestial Empire to step onto the stage of history. No one could stop it. Outside the Crimson Sun City, countless martial artists watched as Ling Xiao flew away. Their hearts were trembling. The Crimson Sun City had become a dead city. The upper management of the Fighting Soul Alliance had all died in battle. What Ling Xiao had to do next was to eliminate the traitors. Those who had betrayed the Fighting Soul Alliance had to be dealt with one by one. Of course, he didn't need to do this. He was going to leave the 6 undead warriors in the Fighting Soul Sacred City. With them around, the Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have any problems. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4689. Every undead warrior had a 9-dragon inscription monarch weapon. Since they were redundant and could only be looked at, they might as well strengthen the undead warriors. They were loyal guards who would never betray him. After doing all that, Ling Xiao stepped on the road to Golden City. He had already solved the biggest problem, so he could leave the rest to his subordinates. He believed in Han Myungkeo and Jiang Nan's ability. Of course, before he left, he healed Zhao Fengyun and the rest. This time, he brought back many treasures from the Tomb of the Gods. There were also many more pills that could be refined. Even the two who were left with only their inner cores and had their bodies completely destroyed had rebuilt their bodies. After doing all that, Ling Xiao left with Yang Shui and Yu Fenghua. Yang Shui knew the way to Golden City, so it wasn't a problem for her to lead the way. In Golden City, there was a place called Warlord Hall. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were imprisoned there. The atmosphere in Warlord Hall today was a little heavy. Warlord Huang Jinlan went into seclusion immediately after returning from the chaotic sand ocean. No one knew what triggered him. At that moment, news came from 3,000 sacred cities that Warlord Alliance was annihilated. All the divine physique realm experts were killed. This made the people of Warlord Hall extremely terrified. In order to take over 3,000 sacred cities, Warlord Hall sent 90% of the experts there. There were only 10 divine physique realm experts in Warlord Hall. The strongest one was at the 3rd level of the divine physique realm. If Warlord Hall didn't come out of seclusion, the situation would be very dangerous. Huang Jintong, who was at the 3rd level of the divine physique realm, looked at Warlord Hall's dungeon coldly. Bring Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus out. Just in case, I have to keep these two guys under my nose. Huang Jintong was the strongest existence in Warlord Hall other than Huang Jilan. Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were imprisoned in the dungeon, so he couldn't be at ease. Huang Jinlan, you bastard, let me go! The voice was heard before the person arrived. It was obvious that it was Forefather Scarlet Flame. Huang Jintong frowned. Chihua, you'd better shut up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. How dare you insult the warlord? How many heads do you have? Almost all the experts of the Champion Hall had come out. According to the time, about 10 days had passed since the incident in the 3,000 holy cities. In other words, Ling Xiao could come here at any time. They had to be on guard. Green Lotus Swordswoman sharply noticed Huang Jintong's nervousness and even fear. She could not help but laugh. Huang Jintong, why do you look so scared? Are you afraid because the Fire Emperor is coming? Cut the crap! The Flame Emperor and the Battle Emperor were both kings of the City of Gold. The Battle King's father, Huang Jinding, was a supreme king like the Fire King. If the Fire Emperor dared to come, Master Huang Jinding would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Save it. Huang Jitong was extremely agitated. He was really unhappy. They didn't even fear the Flame Emperor, yet they had to fear a stinking brat. What kind of situation was this? No, you're clearly afraid. What are you afraid of? Green Lotus Swordswoman was smart enough to notice Huang Jingtong's uneasiness and anxiety. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? I'm just happy. Huang Jingtong sneered. That young Master Ling Xiao you're talking about might come here to save you soon. Don't you think I should be happy? That brat even dared to touch the people of the Battle Emperor Hall. This time, we must kill him. Young Master! Hearing this, Forefather Crimson Flame was obviously anxious. Bastard, didn't the young master go to the chaotic sand ocean? Why is he here? Your great young master came back alive from the chaotic sand ocean. He probably knew about your matter, so he came here. So, the two of you should obediently be hostages. I want you to watch that brat be killed. The more Huang Jingtong spoke, the more confident he became. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, could he be stronger than the Battle Emperor? Although the Battle Emperor was in seclusion, if the Battle Emperor Hall was in trouble, he would definitely come out. Moreover, he had Forefather Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman as hostages. So what if Ling Xiao came? He still had to hold back. Thinking of this, he gradually stopped being so nervous. A vicious plan took shape in his heart. Men, tie those two guys to the square and set up a formation around them. Guard them strictly. Just wait for Ling Xiao to come and die. Huang Jingtong sneered. Huang Jingtong, you F***king bastard. Kill me if you have the ability. Forefather Crimson Flame roared. Slap! Huang Jingtong slapped Forefather Crimson Flame's face from dozens of meters away. What's the use of howling now? It won't be long before you all die. Even the Fire Emperor won't be alive. This golden city belongs to our golden family. Who do you think Huang Jingtong will side with? Forefather Crimson Flame's face was swollen as he looked at Huang Jingtong with an extremely vicious gaze. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? Ha ha. Even if you want to become a ghost, you have to wait for your young master to do it together. Don't worry. Huang Jingtong laughed. Green Lotus Swordswoman didn't say a word at this time. When the two were tied to the execution rack, Green Lotus Swordswoman whispered to Forefather Crimson Flame. Now that our cultivation has been crippled, we can't do anything. So, let's just wait quietly. I believe in the young master. But Green Lotus, the young master has only been away for 2 months. Even if his strength has improved, it can't be that strong. Forefather Crimson Flame smiled bitterly. No, have you forgotten? The young master is a top genius in this world. His cultivation speed absolutely can't be estimated with common sense. You can tell just by looking at Huang Jingtong's frightened look. The young master must have done something that made him afraid. Green Lotus Swordswoman analyzed. Now that you mention it, it's true. Then we'll wait. Forefather Crimson Flame had no choice. Whether he believed Green Lotus Swordswoman's analysis or not, he could only wait. You two still have expectations for that kid? Let me tell you the truth. The reason why I'm afraid is because of Valkyrie Yang Shui. He was with Ling Xiao before and killed the experts of our Warlord Hall. But I just received news that Yang Shui appeared in the Fire Lord Hall. After all, she is also one of the kings of the Golden City. She doesn't dare to act recklessly in the Golden City. As for that Ling Xiao, he's just a piece of trash. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Beat him up. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him however you want. I just want Ling Xiao to see their bloody faces. That's how satisfying it is. Huang Jingtong felt that his frightened look just now was too embarrassing. So he wanted to vent. At this moment, a figure approached at lightning speed. Huang Jingtong closed his mouth and looked into the distance. His body suddenly stood up. Damn, he really dares to come. Chapter 4690. Huang Jingtong had seen Ling Xiao's portrait before, so he recognized the person at a glance. Keep an eye on those two guys. Huang Jingtong flew over and stood in front of Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame. Although there was a formation set up in the square, he was still worried. That figure suddenly stopped. He looked at Huang Jingtong coldly, and a terrifying murderous aura covered the sky. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman both looked at Ling Xiao. Young master! Both of them looked a little ashamed. Seeing Ling Xiao's cultivation, they felt that they might as well die. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core Realm. With such a cultivation base, how could he possibly be a match for these guys? If they died, Ling Xiao wouldn't have to come here to die. Young master, leave quickly! You're no match for them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Ling Xiao shook his head gently, and didn't say anything. It was unnecessary to say anything now. It was better to prove it with strength. He thought that after slaughtering Scarlet Sun's sacred city, he wouldn't be so angry anymore. But when he saw Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, the murderous aura in his heart condensed again. So what if they were from Warlord Hall? They would still be slaughtered. So you're the Emperor's son personally conferred by Dizun. I think you're just SOSO. How can you be the Emperor's son with such a low cultivation? Dizun must be senile. The people of Warlord Hall were dissatisfied and disrespectful to Huang Jingtong because they had always wanted Huang Jinding, the warlord's father, to ascend the throne. Are you done? Then let Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman go. Maybe I can spare your lives and cripple all of you, Ling Xiao said coldly. How arrogant! Huang Jingtong snorted coldly. Kill him! He waved his hand, and hundreds of martial artists above the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm all charged at Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao's cultivation, Huang Jingtong relaxed. He was even a little contemptuous. He felt that the news that came back from the chaotic desert sea was most likely fabricated by someone. He wanted to exaggerate Ling Xiao's strength, so that Ling Xiao could become the emperor. Therefore, a group of core-shattering realm warriors who were much stronger than Ling Xiao was obviously more than enough. "Looks like the negotiations have broken down," Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. "If that's the case, then we can only kill him." Facing hundreds of core fragmentation realm warriors, Ling Xiao threw out a talisman. Wild Thunder Hell Talisman! He couldn't even be bothered to kill these people. He had once snatched the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman from someone else. Martial artists below the Divine Body realm simply couldn't withstand it. Terrifying lightning fell from the sky. Hundreds of people were instantly charred black by the electricity. All of them died tragically. At that moment, the Battle King Hall was deathly silent. Huang Jingtong's face darkened. "No wonder you're so arrogant. So it's because you have such a talisman. However, although this spirit talisman could kill a core fragmentation realm martial artist, it was ineffective against a divine body realm martial artist. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. The result is meaningless." Huang Jingtong sneered. Although many of his subordinates had died, he suddenly felt relaxed instead. Ling Xiao might not be as scary as he imagined. Indeed, rumors couldn't be trusted. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Saving people is more important." Ling Xiao knew very well that killing people was secondary. The key was to save Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be a little troublesome. The reason why he used the Wild Thunder Hell Talisman was also for one purpose, which was to show weakness. To make the other party feel that he didn't have any strength. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid. As for the array formation in the square, he didn't care at all. Ling Xiao, who had a body equivalent to an emperor artifact with 8 dragon patterns. This kind of array formation couldn't hurt him at all. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow! Taking advantage of the moment when the other party underestimated him, Ling Xiao suddenly used a movement technique and disappeared on the spot. "Stop him!" Huang Jingtong instantly understood Ling Xiao's purpose. He hurriedly ordered. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao's sword pierced through the body of a divine body first-level martial artist who was guarding Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman. Then, he saved both of them at the same time, and kept them in the Dongxing Emperor Ring. However, the array formation's effect had already been activated. The terrifying fire dragon roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. In an instant, it completely enveloped Ling Xiao. "Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you probably didn't expect it, right? Although you're very smart and know how to make us underestimate the enemy and then take the opportunity to save people. But you didn't expect that we've set up an array formation and are waiting for you to enter it. Emperor? What a joke. Warlord, there's no need to be nervous at all." Huang Jingtong was in a good mood. He had killed Ling Xiao, who was rumored to be a god, so easily. He felt really happy. However, in the next moment, he couldn't feel happy anymore. The flames dissipated. Ling Xiao was still standing in the air with a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. This scared everyone out of their wits. Even a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Body realm would be killed by that array formation. Even a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Body realm would be injured. However, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. What the hell was this? It was simply unacceptable. Patriarch Scarlet Flame, Sister Qinglian, there are many newly refined spirit pills in my Dongxing Emperor Ring. They can help you repair your meridians and recover your cultivation. They can even break through. However, whether you can break through or not depends on your own luck. Anyway, General Zhao Fengyan not only recovered his cultivation, but also broke through. He's now a Divine Body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao completely ignored the shocked expressions of Huang Jingtong and the rest. He was still talking to Patriarch Scarlet Flame, and Qinglian swordswoman in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Don't worry about this first, young master. This is the Warlord Hall after all. It's never too late for us to take revenge. Let's go to the Fire King Hall first. Patriarch Scarlet Flame hurriedly said. Patriarch Scarlet Flame, do you still not understand? I'm here to destroy the Warlord Hall today. Warlord Huang Jilan wanted to kill me before, but the person he sent was a piece of trash. He was killed by me instead. Now, he's even doing this to you. Huang Jinbi doesn't care about this, but I do. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to endure. There was no need for him to endure. So what if he killed the warlord and offended someone stronger? He would still kill. All right, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao entered the peerless heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. He released the sun god's blood formation. He held the reverse god's sword and the crimson blood demon's sword. This was exactly how he looked when he massacred Scarlet Sun Holy City that day. However, his strength had increased by 10 times today. He was even stronger than that day. Therefore, his advantage against a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist was even more obvious. Pretentious, kill him! The 3 first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Qinglian Swordswoman's hearts were tense. They didn't even have the mood to swallow pills. Those were 3 Divine Body Realm martial artists. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Could he block them? However, what surprised them was that Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands, but he didn't make any moves to attack. The 3 people had already arrived in front of him in an instant. Until the other party was within a meter of him. The Void God's sword in Ling Xiao's right hand released the sword light. End of this chapter. Chapter 4691. God-defying art, one-word form. It contained heaven-defying sword intent. Killing 3 people with 1 strike. The one-word form had finally advanced from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage. Perhaps because it was too profound, the difficulty of cultivating this one-word form was much higher than the Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash. Ling Xiao's Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash was cultivated later, and it had already reached the initial stage in the chaotic sand ocean. 3 corpses fell from the sky. When they were in midair, they had already turned into dried corpses. This scene made everyone in the Warlord Hall suffocate. Very surprised, right? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, You shouldn't be surprised. Logically speaking, Huang Jinlan should have already told you all about my strength, right? Why are you so surprised? I've even killed a 3rd-level Divine Body Realm martial artist before. Is killing 3 first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists worthy of being so surprised? Go to hell! Suddenly, a first-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist appeared behind Ling Xiao. The sharp spear directly pierced towards Ling Xiao's back. This spear was enough to collapse a small mountain. However, it didn't cause any injuries on Ling Xiao's body. Instead, the attack was repelled by the terrifying True Origin, and his body directly exploded. Blood rained down from the sky. F***CK, how did you cultivate? Forefather Scarlet Flame was completely dumbfounded. He now felt that his worries were extremely laughable. Ling Xiao was so powerful, was there a need for him to worry? Looks like we've all gotten old. Sword Maiden Green Lotus smiled bitterly and said, Young Master has already reached a level where he can make the 4 regions and 9 worlds change. If old Master Hong knew about this, he would definitely be very happy. However, he shouldn't be a match for Huang Jinlan, right? I think it's better to slip away. Forefather Scarlet Flame was still a little worried. Don't think so much, let's recover our strength as soon as possible if we can break through. Maybe we can even help young Master a little. Young Master knows what he's doing outside, so it's meaningless for us to guess blindly. As Sword Maiden Green Lotus spoke, she had already started looking for medicine in the neat pill cabinet at the side. The names and effects of the pills were clearly marked on these cabinets. Therefore, it was easy to find them. The four of you wield the four Emperor armaments of the Warlord Hall and form the Warlord's killing formation. Kill him! At this moment, Huang Jitong roared. Ling Xiao looked at the monarch weapon in his opponent's hand. He couldn't help but smile. The so-called four monarch armaments were actually four monarch armaments with 3 dragon patterns. Whether it was the Void God's sword in Ling Xiao's hand or the Crimson Blood Demon's sword, they could be easily cut apart. The other party was truly ignorant and foolish. The remaining 4 martial artists at the first level of the Divine Body Echelon immediately set up a battle formation. It formed a strange array diagram. Its power was not small at all. If a martial artist at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon was trapped inside and didn't have an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns or more in his hands, he would definitely die. He probably wouldn't be able to survive. However, Ling Xiao had deliberately stepped into the enemy's battle formation. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jitong provocatively. You guys are outdated. From now on, Golden City will belong to me, Ling Xiao. Kill him! Huang Jitong roared. The 4 Divine Body Realm martial artists activated the killing array and were about to attack. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao swung the Crimson Blood Demon's sword in his hand. In an instant, the 4 of them became 4 corpses. As for the 4 monarch armaments with 3 dragon patterns, Ling Xiao naturally had to keep them. He didn't need them, but it didn't mean that his subordinates didn't need them. Now, the people around you are all dead. It's your turn now, isn't it? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jitong in disdain. This martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Echelon was as timid as a mouse. Brat! You're too arrogant. Do you know that you won't be far from death for what you've done today? Huang Jitong still didn't attack. He wasn't confident that he could win. Therefore, he changed it to a threat. You won't know whether I'm dead or not. After all, you're going to die now. Ling Xiao smiled and changed to the monarch physique. He was no match for a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Echelon. He could only rely on the monarch physique. Huang Jitong looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking toward him slowly, and he was shocked. Was this brat really crazy? Since the day the Warlord Hall was established, they had never encountered such an incident. All the martial artists at the 1st level of the Divine Body Echelon were killed. All the martial artists at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Echelon were killed. The martial artists below the Divine Body Echelon suffered heavy losses as well. It wasn't that the other party couldn't kill the remaining ones, but that he couldn't be bothered to kill them. Now, the only ones who could fight in the Warlord Hall were Huang Jitong and the Warlord Huang Jilan. But why hadn't the Warlord appeared yet? Huang Jitong was indeed afraid. From the combat power Ling Xiao displayed just now, it was impossible for a martial artist at the 1st level of the Divine Body Echelon to be his match. What cultivation level did this brat have? Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to threaten and stall for time. He stared at Ling Xiao fiercely and said, You're only able to enjoy a moment of pleasure now. You don't know what you're about to face. Strictly speaking, you're not a disciple of the Golden City yet. But you killed the disciples of the Warlord Hall wantonly, so you'll definitely be punished by the Punishment Hall. The Punishment Hall is the punishment organization of the Golden City, and it gathers the strongest martial artists of the Warlord Hall. You won't have any chance of survival if you encounter them. Even if you have the Fire Emperor as your backer, even if you have Valkyrie Yang Shui helping you, it's useless. Oh right, maybe you won't even be punished by the Punishment Hall. Once the Warlord comes out, you'll definitely die. Hearing that, Patriarch Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman started to worry again. Maybe Ling Xiao was already very strong, but he shouldn't be able to become an enemy of the powerful Punishment Hall. He might not even be a match for the Warlord. What should they do? Should they really betray the Golden Sky region? So be it if you want to stall for time. You don't have to talk so much to suppress me. Do you think I'm afraid? No matter how strong the Punishment Hall is, can it be stronger than the Warlord Huang Jintian? I'm not even afraid of the Warlord Huang Jintian, so why would I be afraid of the puny Punishment Hall? As for the warlord, I hope he comes out quickly so that we can deal with him together and avoid trouble. Ling Xiao sneered. You're really arrogant. You don't even put Huang Jindi in your eyes. Although Huang Jitong was stalling for time, what he said was the truth. Hearing Ling Xiao's reply, he really thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But now, before the warlord comes out, I'll use you as entertainment. Ling Xiao decided to make his move. He was currently in the body of the sovereign. Therefore, he had the cultivation of the third level of the divine body realm. Although he was temporarily unable to use the Tyrant martial soul, the 12 beast god martial soul, and the special skills of the martial soul. But he could still use the martial skills that his main body knew. Beast god sky devouring flash. Reverse god art linear form. There were no problems at all. Ling Xiao put away the crimson blood demon's sword and the reverse god sword. Using these two swords was simply bullying others. There wouldn't be any pressure in the battle, so it wouldn't stimulate his cultivation and physical strength. He was prepared to fight barehanded. He was a sword master to begin with. Using his hand as a sword was a common thing. Chapter 4692. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Being forced to such an extent, Huang Jingtong couldn't retreat anymore. He also knew that he couldn't retreat anymore. A pair of strange golden eyes appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. The divine origin of a third-level divine body realm cultivator was activated, and a violent aura instantly filled the sky. Golden flash! Huang Jingtong suddenly roared. The martial soul behind him shot out two golden rays of light, directly towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the attack coldly. He smiled in disdain. You're not only a coward, but also a piece of trash. Void shattering finger transcending the void. There was no need for the second stage of the void shattering finger. Just the first stage was enough. A glaring light shot out from Ling Yao's right hand. His target wasn't the two golden rays of light, but Huang Jingtong. Qi! The void shattering finger's force arrived first. It pierced Huang Jingtong's throat. Of course, Huang Jingtong wouldn't die. This was just Ling Zhao's entertainment. His real opponent was the warlord. Huang Jingtong was nothing in his eyes. After the void-shattering finger hit Huang Jingtong, the two golden rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao. However, there was no effect at all. Seeing this scene, Forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman were dumbfounded. They had already guessed that Ling Xiao had become stronger. However, he was so strong that he could easily suppress Huang Jingtong, who was at the third-level divine body realm. What exactly happened to this guy? Young master, are you still you? Green Lotus Swordswoman asked worriedly. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would be possessed by someone else. Sister Green Lotus, don't you trust me that much? If I was possessed, why would I come to save you? Don't worry, I'm still me. I haven't changed at all. Ling Xiao smiled. You're actually so strong. Huang Jingtong looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He truly did not expect that Ling Xiao was actually terrifying to such an extent. Looks like I have to use my strongest killing move, even if it means destroying everything. I can't let you continue behaving atrociously. Primordial Divine Dragon Seal! Huang Jingtong was really going to risk his life. The moment he roared, a terrifying fire dragon coiled around his body. Blazing flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the entire Warlord Palace rose rapidly. A monarch weapon with 4 dragon patterns? Ling Xiao watched as the dragon-shaped pendant around Huang Jingtong's neck transformed into a divine dragon and flew away. The huge divine dragon extended for hundreds of meters. Raging flames burned the sky. That scene was truly soul-stirring. If this divine dragon swooped down, the entire Warlord Hall would probably be annihilated. In the eyes of Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, an Emperor armament with 4 dragon patterns was already a divine artifact. It was too terrifying. In their eyes, Huang Jitong was like an invincible god. Die, Ling Xiao! Goldeneye desperately burned his life force to increase the power of the immemorial divine dragon seal. No wonder he said that he wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. He reckoned that if he used this thing, he would not be able to keep his life. The divine dragon roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent and disdainful. He stretched out his right hand again. He pointed his finger. Void shattering finger, shattering the void. The cooldown time of the void shattering finger was only a dozen seconds, not even a minute. Therefore, after Ling Xiao used it once, he could quickly use it a second time. It had a terrifying power that could tear the space apart. The power of the finger formed a huge distorted space in the sky. The huge divine dragon seemed to be distorted and deformed. Then, it shattered like a broken mirror. It disappeared. Huang Jitong fell to the ground. He was too tired. But in addition to the fatigue, there was more fear. He looked at Ling Xiao, and his whole body was trembling. He used the immemorial divine dragon seal at all costs, and lost a lot of his life force. His body began to age and his hair had turned white. But Ling Xiao shattered his attack so easily. What the hell? Just how terrifying was this guy? I said that when I was in the chaotic Sand Sea, even Wang Quan Tianming, who was known as a peerless genius, was killed by me. Who do you think you are? At that time, Wang Quan Tianming's cultivation was also at the third level of the divine body realm. But his combat power was much stronger than yours. His emperor weapon was also stronger than yours. But now, I'm stronger than then. What right do you have to defeat me? Ling Xiao looked down at Huang Jitong from above. Looking at the guy who was rapidly aging. There was no sympathy in his eyes. The other party became like this because he wanted to kill him. Why should he sympathize with him? Wouldn't that be stupid? While talking, Ling Xiao suddenly went to Huang Jitong's side and stuffed a pill into his mouth. Huang Jitong suddenly let out a shrill scream. That kind of feeling was truly worse than death. Kill me quickly, I don't want to live anymore! Huang Jitong shouted loudly. Now you know pain? When you tortured Ancestor Crimson Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, didn't you think this day would come? Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jitong with a cold smile. His cold eyes made Huang Jitong feel the coldness of hell. He finally regretted it. He should have believed in the Dizun. The Dizun had already told him what Ling Xiao had done in the chaotic Sand Sea. But he didn't believe it at all. That led to today's evil consequences. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. Huang Jitong's originally desperate face was replaced with a pleasantly surprised expression. It's the Law King! Chapter 4693. Father! The warlord, Huang Jinlan, who had been hiding, finally showed himself. The arrival of the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, gave him a sense of security. Oh, it's Lanner. Huang Jinding was very satisfied with his son. No matter what his son did, he wouldn't hold him accountable. Because his son was outstanding enough. Ling Xiao, you came to the Warlord Hall today and started a massacre. You probably didn't expect this to happen, right? The warlord sneered at Ling Xiao and suddenly whispered into the Punishment King's ear. Father, this kid has a 9-dragon inscription Emperor artifact. The Fire Emperor and Valkyrie's 9-dragon inscription Emperor artifact were given by him. Really? The Punishment King's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more excited than when he supported his son. Ling Xiao, I can treat today's incident as a misunderstanding. However, you have to give me at least 3 9-dragon inscription Emperor artifacts as compensation. Otherwise, I can kill you right now. So what if you're an Emperor's son? You're useless if you die. Huang Jinding sneered. Haha, you really think highly of yourself. Even the Eternal Emperor Region's 4 great kings couldn't catch me. Although you're not inferior to them, you're just one person. What can you do? Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. He suddenly attacked and killed Huang Jintong. He killed Huang Jinding right in front of the Punishment King. Didn't you say you didn't want me to kill him? I want to kill him. What can you do about it? Ling Xiao mocked. Not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to kill your son, Huang Jinlan. So what if you're the punishment king? I might not be a match for you, but you definitely can't stop me from killing. Is that so? I really want to see if you have the ability. The punishment king, Huang Jinding, didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill the warlord Huang Jinlan right in front of him. Huang Jinlan was a second-level divine physique echelon cultivator. He wasn't just a chicken. He wasn't like Huang Jintong, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Then let's try it! Mao God Nether Formation! The moment the Mao God Nether Array diagram appeared, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. This caused Huang Jinding to frown. Lan, come to my side. He did not believe that with Huang Jinlan by his side, Ling Xiao could still succeed. Hell Shadow Strike! Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the darkness. His target was actually not Huang Jinlan, but Huang Ji Cauldron. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's Hell Shadow Kill still couldn't kill the Golden Cauldron. However, it would definitely pose a threat to the Golden Cauldron. The Golden Cauldron did not dare to not block. However, the moment he resisted, Huang Jinlan was suddenly grabbed by a hand from the depths of the darkness. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Warlord Huang Jinlan had already become his hostage. Let him go! Seeing Huang Jinlan being grabbed by Ling Xiao like a little chick, Huang Jinding couldn't believe it. He still couldn't figure out what had happened just now. Did someone help Ling Xiao? Otherwise, how could there be two powerful martial artists? Let go? Hee, Golden Cauldron. Didn't you say that I can't kill him? Warlord Huang Jinlan sent his subordinates to kill many of my subordinates. He also tortured my benefactor Zhao Fengyun, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Sword Maiden Green Lotus. Today, I will use his blood to pay tribute to those dead Battle Alliance martial artists. I will seek justice for my benefactor, my subordinates, and my friends. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's reverse god sword had already pierced into Huang Jinlan's body. Ling Xiao, let him go. As long as you let him go, this old man will agree to anything you want. If you want a saint rank cultivation method or an emperor armament, I'll give it all to you. Huang Jinding was really panicking this time. I'm afraid that if I let him go, you'll immediately kill me. But it doesn't matter. I don't actually care. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Huang Jinlan's fate today is all his own fault. If you still don't know what's good for you, then I'll have to kill you too. As he spoke, his reverse god sword had already sucked Huang Jinlan's blood essence dry. Bastard, if I, Huang Jinding, don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Huang Jinding roared and pounced at Ling Xiao. This time, not only did he fail to protect Battle King Hall, but he also failed to protect his own son. This was a disgrace. This was a great disgrace. He must make Ling Xiao pay with blood. You dare to kill someone the Emperor wants? At this moment, a red light flew over from afar. A palm struck at Huang Jinding. Huang Jinding did not dare to continue attacking Ling Xiao and could only hastily block. As a result, he was forced back more than 10 steps. There were still burn marks on his hand. Fire Emperor. The moment Huang Jinding saw Fire Emperor, he knew that he had no chance. In the distance, another figure appeared. This time, it was Valkyrie Yang Shui. The Emperor has ordered to immediately summon Emperor Ling Xiao. Who dares to kill him? Yang Shui held Huang Jinding's decree, which made Huang Jinding depressed and angry. He killed my son, he killed my son. Huang Jinding roared. So what? In the end, it's your fault for not teaching your son well. He was courting death. Now it's someone else's fault. Fire Emperor sneered and said, Ling Xiao, your matter is done, come with us. I want to see who dares to stop you. Who dares to disobey the Emperor's order. Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman in the Dongxing Emperor ring were completely dumbfounded. The Emperor summoned him? What was going on? Why did the Emperor summon Ling Xiao? I'm done with my business. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding provocatively. This time, the Emperor summoned me, so I won't chat with you anymore. Let's talk again in the future. Then, he broke through the air. He headed to the Great Emperor Palace with Fire Emperor and Yang Shui. On the way, he passed by Fire King Hall. Ling Xiao asked Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Yu Fanghua, and Green Lotus Swordswoman to stay. After all, the Great Emperor Palace was not an ordinary place. After all, Yu Fanghua was a member of the Eternal Life Palace and could not enter easily. Before you go to see the Emperor, I need to briefly introduce the Great Emperor Palace. In case you don't know anything and make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave. After killing so many people, it was time to sit down and digest. Fire Emperor intended to briefly explain some things about the Golden City, so as to prevent Ling Xiao from offending the Golden Emperor. Senior, please speak. Ling Xiao sat there, refining the true essence in his body and absorbing the experience he had gained from the battle. He said. Anyway, he had 4 bodies, so he could do 4 things at the same time. Let me tell you this. The Great Emperor Palace was originally transformed from a treasure. As for what grade of treasure it was, even the golden emperors of the past generations were not clear. The shape of this treasure is similar to a huge Rubik's Cube. Every grid can be flipped and even change direction. Therefore, where the Great Emperor lives, other than the 4 supreme kings of the Golden City, no one knows. Other than the Great Emperor, there are also the most outstanding disciples of the Golden City living in the Great Emperor Palace. We will occasionally go in to live. However, we have our own palace outside, so we have more freedom. Mobile version update website, M. Those who had such an honor were usually very outstanding. For example, Yang Shui and Huang Jinlan. Another example was Ling Xiao. Actually, under normal circumstances, the Rubik's Cube won't move randomly. From the outside to the inside, a martial artist's strength would grow stronger. The cultivation conditions will also get better and better. When they reached the huge magic cube, the Fire Emperor added, You know, the martial artists of the City of Gold yearn for the most in their dreams to cultivate in the magic cube. However, in order to become a demon king, one had to be at least a half-step divine physique echelon cultivator. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance at all. The more he stood under the magic cube, the more he felt the terror of this Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao even suspected that if this thing was really a Dharma treasure, it would be able to destroy an entire country in one go. It was too big. It was too terrifying. Standing below, there was always a feeling of being as insignificant as an ant. Before you go in, you have to be mentally prepared. Now you are very famous in the City of Gold. Almost no one doesn't know you. After all, the Dizun wants to meet you personally. Among them, there are jealous, dissatisfied, resentful, and of course, there are also people who worship you. All kinds of situations could happen. However, you don't have to feel pressured. With your strength, most of the martial artists here are no match for you. Besides, with me here, who dares to act rashly? The Fire Emperor smiled. Pressure? I've been through a lot for so many years. Why would I be afraid of this little bit of pressure? No matter how much pressure they give me, can it be compared to the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace? Ling Xiao smiled, not taking this little bit of pressure seriously. You're indeed bold. The Fire Emperor laughed. I'm not a kid anymore. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. When a door opened in one of the boxes of the Rubik's Cube, Ling Xiao clearly saw strange runes flashing on the Rubik's Cube. It's a Dharma treasure indeed. If I can get it, it'll be a good thing. Ling Xiao smiled and followed the Fire Emperor inside. At this moment, in the Great Emperor Palace, countless warriors were fervently discussing this young man who was about to arrive. These people were very well informed. They were not like the people in the 3,000 sacred cities who were so ill-informed. I heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation is only at the core fragmentation realm, but his strength is extraordinarily powerful. I heard that too, but I think he's just pretending to be weak and deliberately hiding his strength. No matter what, someone who can be recognized by the Fire Emperor and the Dizun must be a peerless genius. You have to know that we are not qualified to be personally summoned by the D-Zun. Anyway, we can't compare. I heard that the number one genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Wang Quan and Tian Ming. They both broke through to the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. They were killed by him in one move. They must be bragging. It's getting more and more ridiculous. I don't really believe it either, but you should believe what the Silver Dragon said, right? He's one of the top half-step divine physique echelon martial artists. Now that he broke through to the 1st level of the divine physique echelon, he's already in the top 3 among the younger generation. But such a Silver Dragon actually worships Ling Xiao so much. That's weird. Everyone sighed. Some were impressed, and some were suspicious. Anyway, there were all kinds of opinions. Anyway, I'm quite impressed with this guy. Being able to kill Wang Quan and Tian Ming is bringing glory to our Golden Heavens region. Others are saying that our Golden Heavens region is not going to make it. Maybe this guy will make the Golden Heavens region stronger. Now in the Golden City, the number 1 under the age of 50 is Lord Battle Emperor. However, there are still 2 people under the age of 100 who are not inferior to Battle Emperor. One is the Flower Emperor's subordinate, Valkyrie Yang Shui. The other is the Thunder Emperor's chief disciple, Lei Xinglia. Next, it should be the Fire Emperor's subordinate, Silver Dragon. After all, Fire Emperor is an alchemy master and doesn't have time to teach disciples. If Senior Silver Dragon didn't go to the chaotic sand ocean, he probably wouldn't be where he is now. These people can't be compared to Ling Xiao. You have to know that Ling Xiao destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon region and scared off the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace. I'm afraid that even our sovereigns have to be polite to him. That's right. I heard that the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Life Palace wanted to snatch Yufenghua back. In the end, not only did they not succeed, but they also suffered heavy casualties. Stop talking, he's here. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Fire Emperor stepped into the Great Arch Palace. Everyone stopped talking. They looked at this legendary person. It was as if he was diving into the deep sea. Each grid was basically equivalent to a holy city. I wonder how many squares there are. It was truly amazing. Do you need my help? Flame Emperor suddenly asked. He was worried that Ling Xiao would not be able to withstand the enormous pressure inside. Don't worry, Senior Fire Emperor. This bit of pressure is nothing to me. Ling Xiao shook his head. His physical body had reached the level of an emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns. He didn't care about such pressure at all. Perhaps the greater pressure inside could help him improve the strength of his physical body. Not only were there no disadvantages, but there were also benefits. It's good that you're fine. If you can't take it, tell me in advance. Don't force yourself. The Fire Emperor reminded. Understood. The 2 of them spoke as they advanced. Obviously, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the pressure was, and the fewer cultivators they saw. From the outermost grid to the place where the sovereigns are, we have to experience a total of 100 changes in pressure. The pressure is great because there is a lot of spiritual energy. Therefore, it is more helpful for cultivation. In the entire Golden City, only the sovereigns have the ability to cultivate in the core grid. As for us 4 supreme kings, we can at most cultivate at the 90th level. People like Yang Shui, Huang Jinlan, and Lei Xinglia can at most reach the 50th level. Of course, we can't cultivate in the core, but we can still go there. We just can't stay for too long. The Fire Emperor explained as he flew. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the 50th level. The Fire Emperor was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he hurriedly wrapped Ling Xiao with his divine essence. Senior, there's no need, Ling Xiao said. You're disturbing my cultivation. After reaching the 50th level, Ling Xiao clearly felt the pressure increase. The potential in his body and the medicinal effects of the spirit pills and miraculous medicines he had taken in the past began to enter his body. This was extremely helpful for the advancement of his physical body. What a monster! The Fire Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he stopped helping Ling Xiao. The two of them rushed to the 90th level in one go. The Fire Emperor had been paying attention to Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao's expression still didn't change. This made him completely convinced. There are really talents in every generation, and each generation is better than the last. At the 90th level, the Fire Emperor suddenly slowed down. A figure appeared in front of him and walked over with a smile. Flower King! When the Fire Emperor saw this figure, he couldn't help but smile. Ling Xiao, this is Yang Shui's master, Flower King Luo Shi. Yes, she is also the sovereign's confidant. You must build a good relationship with her. Ling Xiao looked at the woman walking over from afar. The Flower King Luo Shi was definitely more than 100 years old. But on the surface, she looked to be around 30 years old. Her clothes were gorgeous and dignified. One look and one could tell that she was very elegant. She was like an empress of the mortal world, but her temperament was even more outstanding. Junior greets Senior Flower King. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Flower King, he still had to be polite. Yes. The Flower King Luo Shi nodded, then looked at the Fire Emperor and complained. You old thing. Why aren't you helping that little guy? What if he collapses because of the pressure here? Luo Shi, don't worry. This kid is a freak. Even I feel a lot of pressure here, but this kid is acting like nothing is wrong. The man that your disciple likes can't be bad. The Fire Emperor smiled. Luo Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and was very surprised. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the genius that the sovereigns have chosen. He is indeed special. Go, the sovereigns have summoned you. This is a great opportunity for you. For you, it might be a turning point in your life. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, the Fire Emperor continued to lead Ling Xiao forward. They reached the 99th level. The Fire Emperor's breathing became more rapid. This showed how terrifying the pressure here was. Ling Xiao found that, under this great pressure, his physical body had finally improved again. Now, it had reached the strength of a 9-dragon emperor weapon. Staying in this place also became more relaxing. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pressure. This made him a little disappointed. He liked this kind of pressure. After all, it could help him improve. Do you see that door? Go in by yourself. I won't follow you. Remember, after you go in, don't be so rude in front of me. Listen to whatever the sovereigns say. The Fire Emperor reminded. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4696. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. However, deep down, he didn't think much of it. Should he die just because the other party asked him to? If it was good for him, he would naturally listen. If it wasn't good for him, then he would be a fool to listen. All right, go on. The Flame Emperor waved his hand. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and stepped through the mysterious door. Flame Emperor, you've picked up a treasure. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared beside the Flame Emperor. It was naturally the Thunder Emperor, one of the 4 great supremes. Both the Thunder Emperor and the Flower Emperor were more experienced than the Flame Emperor. Of course, they were slightly weaker. What a pity! I wanted to take him as a disciple when I met him in the Sky Demon Ghost region. In the end, I didn't succeed. I never expected that the Emperor Venerate would beat me to it. The Flame Emperor lamented. It can't be helped. Who knew that this kid would alarm the Emperor Venerate? The Emperor Venerate probably hasn't accepted a disciple in several hundred years. The Thunder Emperor sighed. Ever since that fellow betrayed the City of Gold, the Emperor Venerate has been disheartened. Yes, I hope that Ling Xiao can make the Emperor Venerate think of accepting a disciple again. The Flame Emperor glanced at the huge portal that looked like a teleportation array. Ling Xiao had already stepped into the core grid of the Great Emperor Palace. A terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on him. This made him reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. Indeed, this was a sacred place for him to cultivate. Eh? A surprised voice was heard in the void. It seemed as though the voice was surprised that Ling Xiao could actually withstand such a huge pressure. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. He couldn't see anyone. However, Ling Xiao noticed that this core was more like a strange space in the universe. Although it wasn't big, however, it contained a terrifying and powerful array formation. The exquisiteness of this array was considered pretty good in the Black Tortoise continent. Of course, it was child's play compared to the array that his master had shown him. It is indeed an emperor weapon. However, it seems to have reached 10 dragon patterns. Besides the Void God's sword, this was the second emperor weapon that Ling Xiao had seen with 10 dragon patterns. Of course, this was only his guess. It was hard to say exactly how terrifying these things were. This space seemed to be able to create different environments. Amidst her beauty was a murderous intent. Junior Ling Xiao greets the ancestor. The one who spoke just now must be the Golden Sovereign. There was no doubt about it. Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi. Finally, he found Huang Jindi's shadow in the starry sky. However, he didn't say anything and only said respectfully, Huang Huangdi was indeed terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the 4 Supreme Kings combined. This caused him to feel an intense shock. Even if you fuse with 3 venerables, you'll still be killed in one move. This was Ling Xiao's most direct thought. You're an interesting little fellow. Huang Jindi's voice sounded again. I originally planned to help you avoid the pressure here. However, I discovered that you were actually able to resist this enormous pressure. You have a defensive magic treasure with 9 dragon patterns? Sort of, Ling Xiao replied. In truth, he was only using his physical body to block the attack. Probably even Huang Jindi found it hard to imagine that his physical body had been cultivated to such a terrifying extent. Did you get it in the world of souls? Huang Jindi asked again. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. The ancestor is looking for me for these things? Ling Xiao frowned. If it was just these things, there was really no need to waste time. If it weren't for the fact that the pressure here could help strengthen his physical body. He was really impatient. Little fellow, you're quite impatient. Forget it, in that case, let's get back to business. Huang Jindi's voice became serious. Have you been to the city of no return? Yes. Have you seen the dead spirit emperor? Huang Jindi asked again. I haven't seen the dead spirit emperor, but according to what I know, the dead spirit emperor is one of the lotus flower's avatars. Ling Xiao said. You even know about this? Huang Jindi was a little surprised. To be honest, senior, I have some connections with the lotus flower, but please forgive me for not being able to tell you in detail. Ling Xiao said. It doesn't matter. Huang Jindi shook his head as if he didn't care. What I want to say is that the lotus flower will probably bring a bloodbath to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It might even be a huge disaster. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but listened quietly. In fact, he had also thought about the lotus flower. That old guy appeared in the world of souls and the graveyard of the gods, so he definitely wasn't a kind person. It was really unknown what would happen to the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the future. But one thing was certain, that guy would definitely not let him off easily. He cultivated the Lotus Flower Sutra and obtained the reverse god sword that the Lotus Flower dreamed of. These were all reasons why he wouldn't be let off. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't intend to tell Huang Jindi about these, because Huang Jindi hadn't gained his trust yet. To put it bluntly, the person standing opposite him was just a stranger. Since you know the Lotus Flower, you should know that he has 3 avatars. Including the original body, there are a total of 4 bodies. The decibels are sealed in different places. And this great Emperor Palace is suppressing the Lotus Flower's D-Zun body. He has now merged his original body and the Demon Lord into one. The Divine Zun body is in the graveyard of the gods, and he will probably find it in the near future. Then the next step is to come to the Golden City to seize his D-Zun body. Under such circumstances, the Golden City will face a huge disaster. Are you still willing to stay in the Golden City? Logically speaking, with your talent, you will be treated well wherever you go. Senior, do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of death? Or was he an ungrateful person? Since I'm a disciple of the Golden Sky region, I should face the disaster with the Golden Sky region. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Ling Xiao said seriously. And if we let the Lotus Flower's 4 avatars merge, I'm afraid the 4 regions and 9 worlds will become a world of dead souls. Just thinking about it is scary. This old man really didn't misjudge you. Huang Jindi suddenly laughed. You're a good child. Dizun, if we let the Lotus Flower grow, he will definitely be very terrifying and even difficult to stop. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that he hasn't caused a storm yet? What if we combine the forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and kill him? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. This old man has also thought about your suggestion. Unfortunately, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are not united at all. Some people don't even believe this old man's words. There are also some people who are arrogant. For example, the Eternal Emperor. He thinks that with his own strength, even if the Lotus Flower comes back to life, he won't be his match. Another example is the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region. He also thinks that this matter has nothing to do with him. A bunch of idiots. If my golden city is destroyed, how can they live in peace? At this point, Huang Jindi felt waves of helplessness and anger. Ling Xiao also felt deeply sorrowful. Everyone only cares about the snow in front of their own door. When they are truly unlucky, it will be too late. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4697. How long would it take for Lotus Flower to find his divine venerable body? How long would it take for him to merge with the divine venerable body? These were all unknowns. It could be decades or centuries. It could also be years or even months. The only thing that could be confirmed was that after Lotus Flower obtained the divine venerable body, the first place he would come to would definitely be Golden City. I hope it can be later, Ling Xiao said. That way, I'll have a chance to become stronger. I can't always let the older generation shoulder the fate of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now it's the turn of us young people. Ha! Young man, you're really confident. However, it'll take you at least 100 years to reach our level. The path of cultivation gets slower and slower. You haven't advanced to the Divine Body realm yet. Once you reach the Divine Body realm, you'll naturally understand this. Huang Jindi laughed. Ling Xiao didn't comment. He didn't have to refute. Facts would prove everything. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, Huang Jindi thought that he was afraid. He laughed and said, Don't worry. In order to prevent this day from coming, I've already made a lot of arrangements. I definitely won't let Lotus Flower succeed so easily. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but respect this old man. He could tell that Huang Jindi was prepared to sacrifice his life to resolve the crisis. However, there wasn't much hope. Perhaps it could only delay the crisis for a while. Senior, why do you have to be so tired? Why don't you give me the position of Huang Jindi? I'll help you settle this matter. All you need to do is to cultivate steadily. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Young man, you really know how to joke. Even if I give you the position of Divine Venerable Body now, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on to it. Not to mention anything else, the 4 Supremes won't agree. Huang Jindi thought that Ling Xiao was joking, so he also laughed and said, However, if you really want to take this position, it's fine. It's not that you can't. After all, you're already an Imperial Prince. There are only 2 people who have obtained the Arch position. One is you, and the other is Huang Jilan. However, if the Arch wants to inherit the position of Divine Venerable Body realm, other than having outstanding talent, he must also be recognized by the 4 Supremes. At that time, you can become a Golden Sovereign. This was an existence that was above the 4 Great Masters, second only to the Sovereign realm. Of course, this position had not been created for many years. It's mainly because I'm still young and strong, so I don't need this position. But now that the situation has changed, this old man could die at any time, and the position of the Golden Sovereign has become extremely important. Once I die, the Golden Sovereign will automatically be promoted to Golden Sovereign. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's really troublesome. But don't worry, Senior. The position of the Golden Sovereign belongs to me. The Flame Emperor won't fight with me, so I only have 3 opponents. In fact, Ling Xiao no longer had much respect for Huang Jindi's position. As his strength increased, he learned about the country of eternity and the ancient race. The position of the Yellow Emperor seemed insignificant. However, if he wanted to unify the profound world, he would have to take it one step at a time. The position of the Golden Emperor was extremely important. As long as they could take him down, they would be able to control the entire Golden Sky region. With the Golden Celestial Domain, would there be any need to worry about the 4 regions and the 9 worlds being treated unfairly? The Golden Sovereign was different from the emperors and princes of the 4 regions and 9 realms. There could be many emperors and princes. Even if the emperor died, they might not be able to inherit the position. But the Golden Sovereign was different. He was basically the number 2 figure in the Golden Sky region. If the Sovereign Realm died, he would be the Sovereign Realm. This was an extraordinary status. Young man, it's good that you're confident, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get this position. Other than the 4 great masters, my defected disciple will also come back to fight for it. I will be in seclusion during this period of time, and I can't control what the Golden City will become. After all, a person's energy is limited. I can only focus on targeting Lotus Flower. I can't do anything else. If someone wants to target you, I won't be able to protect you. Huang Jindi spoke of a cruel reality. Ling Xiao smiled and said, What's so difficult about that? Senior, you just have to go into seclusion. With me around, there will definitely be no problems in the Golden City. Ha ha ha, little fellow, it's good that you're confident, but I still have to remind you. Be more down to earth. Now that the 4 great masters are still around, there shouldn't be too big of a change in the Golden City. Your mission is to improve your strength. Huang Jindi laughed. Junior understands. But Sovereign, there's something more troublesome. Junior killed Warlord Huang Jinlan, so the Punishment King will definitely not let it go. If we fight head-on, it will inevitably cause internal strife in the Golden Sky region. I'm afraid Sovereign will have to mediate this matter. Ling Xiao suddenly said. I already know about this matter. Nothing that happens in the Golden City can escape my eyes. I can't interfere in this matter. You've provoked yourself, so solve it yourself. You have to become the Golden Sovereign, or even the Golden Emperor. If you don't even have this ability, then it's definitely not possible. Huang Jindi said. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, what he wanted was the other party to say this. It would be simple to solve it himself. Chapter 4698. Did Di Zun talk to you about the Golden Sovereign? Fire Emperor asked with a smile. Yes, he did. Di Zun told me that the Golden Sovereign not only has to have outstanding talent, but his strength has to at least reach the level of the 4 Supreme Kings. In the entire Great Emperor Palace, all the warriors have the right to compete for the Golden Sovereign, regardless of potential or age. Strength is respected, Ling Xiao replied. It's different from the previous requirements. In the past, the Golden Sovereign had to be under 150 years old. Moreover, his strength doesn't have to reach the level of a Supreme King. As long as he obtains the approval of the 4 Supreme Kings, it's fine. Fire Emperor frowned. Obviously, the new rules had greatly reduced the chances of the younger generation competing for the Golden Sovereign. This is also a helpless move. The calamity of the Golden City is coming, and the Golden City needs a strong leader, Ling Xiao said. The calamity is coming? Could it be about Lotus Flower? Obviously, Huang Jindi had already told this matter to the 4 Supreme Kings. Yes, it's about this matter, but I guess many people don't believe it, right? Ling Xiao sighed. From Fire Emperor's tone, he could tell that Fire Emperor didn't believe this matter. Hee. Fire Emperor smiled awkwardly and said, I don't really believe it. Senior Fire Emperor, this matter is not a joke. In the chaotic sand sea, Lotus Flower's original body was released. In the Death Soul realm, the Death Soul race was rioting. The Death Soul Emperor was Lotus Flower's demon sovereign body. In the graveyard of the gods, Lotus Flower was looking for his divine sovereign body. The next step would be to come to the Golden City. I'm not joking with you. Those terrifying Death Soul race can obtain new abilities and become stronger by devouring their companions and enemies. They can continuously evolve. When they really start the calamity, it will be too late. Therefore, even if I don't take the position of the Golden Sovereign, you have to fight for it. You must not fall into the hands of those heartless people. Ling Xiao reminded. Understood, Prince. Fire Emperor's expression became serious. Huang Jindi might be scaring them. But Ling Xiao wouldn't, because there was no need. By the way, other than Warlord Huang Jinlan and Valkyrie Yang Shui, are there any other geniuses in the Golden City? If Ling Xiao wanted to increase his main body's strength, he had to have a showdown with martial artists whose strength was close to his. He had to use the Tao of Fusion to deal with the Four Supremes. That wouldn't have any effect on increasing the strength of the main body. Actually, Huang Jinlan's #1 genius position should have been given up long ago. I don't know if you still remember, but something happened in the chaotic sand sea and Lotus Flower was released. At the same time, a large-scale spiritual energy turbulence also filled the 4 regions and 9 worlds. During this process, many martial artists suddenly became enlightened. He had broken through and become stronger. Of course, Yang Shui was still unquestionably #1. Huang Jinlan has been killed by you. However, due to the turbulence of spiritual energy, his uncle Huang Jinu's cultivation, which had been shackled for a long time, once again made a breakthrough. Currently, he was already at the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm. His combat prowess was no weaker than Huang Jinlan's. The Thunder King also had a disciple, Lei Xinglie, who was originally only a half-step Divine Body realm cultivator. He was about the same as Bai Yinzilong. However, he had also broken through to the 1st level of the Divine Body realm. He was much stronger than most martial artists of the same level. He had a battle with Bai Yinzilong, and it was said that he won easily. Of course, that was under the condition that Bai Yinzilong didn't use the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Huang Jinyu, Lei Xinglie. Just treat them as side dishes. I can play with them. Ling Xiao currently liked top-notch experts at the 1st level of the Divine Body realm and 2nd level of the Divine Body realm the most. This was because he could use his main body's strength to defeat them and increase his main body's strength. You'll definitely succeed. It's rare to see someone as responsible as you. When many people face a calamity, the first thing they think of is to escape. I believe that if the calamity really comes, basically no one will fight with you for the position of the Golden Sovereign. Sitting on that position means that you'll become Lotus Flower's #1 target. You're not afraid, huh? The Fire Emperor was now more and more impressed with Ling Xiao. I can't escape. Moreover, I'm not alone. There's still the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire that needs my protection. From the moment Ling Xiao set the great ambition of unifying the mystic world, actually, there was no way out. He also didn't want to regress. Moving forward step by step, this was his pursuit. Let's go back to the Fire King Palace. Ling Xiao still had something to do. In the space-time corridor, that senior from the Golden Sky region had entrusted him with something. Of course, he wouldn't forget. He was a person who would never owe anyone a favor. That senior had done him a great favor. He would definitely repay the favor. Back to the Fire King Palace. Shui, did you find any clues about the matter I asked you to investigate? That woman, did she leave behind any descendants? Or is she still alive? When Ling Xiao went to the Great Emperor Palace, he entrusted Yang Shui to help him investigate this matter. Since he was already in the Golden City, he should finish what he needed to do first. After finishing, he could then cultivate in peace. That woman didn't die, but she's already old and won't live for long. She adopted a little girl called Yin Lihua. The little girl is very cute. However, she suddenly went missing recently. That's why she's very sad now. If you really want to help her, perhaps finding this little girl would be the greatest help to her. Yang Shui replied. Are there any clues? Ling Xiao asked. There are really clues. Yang Shui nodded. Yin Lihua is 16 years old this year. She's in her Fanhua period. She's extremely beautiful. On the day before she went missing, someone discovered that she had met with a young master called Lin Qin in the Golden City. That Lin Qin relied on his father's position and often womanized. Many girls had been harmed by him. Therefore, the possibility of him kidnapping Yin Lihua is very high. Yang Shui analyzed. He deserves to be killed, Ling Xiao said coldly. How can such a thing that's worse than an animal live until now? He could imagine that Yin Lihua, this cute little girl, had been ruined by this guy called Lin Qin. Although he had never seen Yin Lihua before. This girl was that woman's only spiritual sustenance. If something happened to the girl, that woman would probably collapse. Damn it! Yang Shui felt a little embarrassed. She sighed and said, This Lin Chen's father belongs to the Punishment Palace. He's also one of the commanders of the Punishment Palace. The person with the highest authority in the Punishment Palace is the Punishment King, Wang Jinding. He has a lackey under him, the Palace Master of the Punishment Palace. People call him the King of Fairness, and he's at the 4th level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the King of Fairness, there are 3 law-enforcing elders. All of them are at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the law-enforcing elders, there are the punishment commanders. There are a total of 13 of them, and all of them are at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. Under the punishment commanders are the punishment guards. There are exactly 100 of them. 50 of them are at the 1st level of the Divine Physique realm. The other 50 are at the half-step Divine Physique realm. The punishment guards at the half-step Divine Physique realm are mainly in charge of the Divine Core Warriors. End of chapter. Chapter 4699. A punishment commander at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon? I'm not even afraid of the warlord, so why should I be afraid of someone like him? Ling Xiao loved this kind of opponent the most. Not only could he defeat him with his true self, but he could also stimulate his potential and increase his true self's strength rapidly. Although there were differences in strength between the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. For example, Wang Quantianming's strength should be in the middle. After all, he was inexperienced, which caused him to have a huge flaw in his battle strength. The warlord, Huang Jinlan, was inferior to Wang Quantianming. He could only be considered inferior among the 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. As for Lin Chen's father, the punishment commander Lin Hong, he couldn't tell for now. Because he didn't see anyone. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of even the strongest 2nd level of the Divine Physique echelon. Shui, bring me to see the punishment commander. I hope nothing happened to Yin Lihua. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill Lin Chen, Ling Xiao said coldly. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Why? Ling Xiao asked. The Punishment Palace belongs to the Punishment King. If you dare to touch Lin Hong, you'll infuriate the Golden Cauldron's old man. This won't be easy to deal with. The Fire Emperor shook his head and said, You said it yourself? Now that Golden City is facing a great enemy, we should prioritize peace. With your temper, I'm afraid it'll be hard to deal with this peacefully. Why don't I let the White Silver Sun Dragon probe first? It'll be best if Lin Hong lets Yin Lihua go. If not, I'll get her for you. Fine, I'll go take a look at that woman called by Muten. I promised my senior to take good care of her and not let anything happen to her. Ling Xiao thought about it. It wasn't good to have a conflict with the Golden Cauldron now. It might even harm Yin Lihua. Therefore, it was reasonable to let the White Silver Sun Dragon probe first. Then let's split up, the Fire Emperor said. Fire Emperor, when you see the White Silver Sun Dragon, tell him not to use force if there's a conflict. I'll take care of everything. Ling Xiao was trying peaceful means before resorting to force. If Lin Hong really didn't know what was good for him, then he wouldn't be polite. As the prince, it was his duty to get rid of the Golden City. All right. After the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the two of them split up. Ling Xiao followed Yang Shui to Bai Mudan's house. He brought Bai Mudan to the Fire King's palace and used the natural treasures he had obtained from the Graveyard of the Gods to refine a life-extending pill for Bai Mudan. This allowed the white peony to extend its lifespan by 10 years. Although it wasn't much, this period of time was enough for the old man to enjoy the rest of his life. He had finally done something for that senior. After making arrangements for Bai Peony, Ling Xiao focused on cultivating. The Fire Emperor had already arranged a place for Ling Xiao to cultivate and stay in the Fire King Palace. Naturally, there was no problem. The so-called cultivation was just sorting out the experience gained from battle. The Heart of Gold could repeatedly practice what it had comprehended in battle, until Ling Xiao completely understood. At present, what Ling Xiao lacked was cultivation. In terms of combat prowess, he wasn't weak at all. Regardless of whether it was the Beast God Sky-Swallowing Flash, the Reverse God Arts Unification Style, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, the Black Lotus Treasured Light, or the many martial spirit array diagrams. It was still the Void Shattering Finger and the Cosmic Light Godly Fist. Those were all incomparably powerful battle methods. In addition, he had the Void God's Sword and the Crimson Blood Demon's Sword, these two terrifying weapons. Challenging someone of a higher level was basically a common occurrence. With these things, his original body was not at all inferior to a second-level Divine Body Realm cultivator. If he added the body of 3 Supremes condensed by the Lotus Sutra, then, third-level and fourth-level Divine Body Realm cultivators would not be his match. Once he used the Path of Fusion, even a fifth-level Divine Body Realm cultivator would have to suffer in his hands. Of course, the body of 3 Supremes was ultimately just a life-saving method. It could not be used frequently. Otherwise, if he relied too much on it, it would affect the advancement of his cultivation. Prince Zilong is back! The Fire Emperor's voice suddenly came from outside, and there seemed to be a hint of anger in his voice. Ling Xiao got up and walked out of the room. He saw the white silver Zilong being carried back. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered. Even his cultivation was crippled. A crazy killing intent flashed across Ling Gao's eyes. He wanted to solve the problem peacefully, but it seemed like the other party was unwilling. Since that was the case, then he could only be ruthless. Fire Emperor, you won't stop me this time, right? Ling Xiao said eerily. I'll be a coward if I stop you again. F***ck, I didn't expect Lin Hong to be so vicious. It seems like he was instructed by the Golden Cauldron, the Fire Emperor said angrily. All right, it's fine as long as you don't stop me. You just have to keep an eye on the Golden Cauldron. I'll take care of Lin Hong and Lin Qin. Ling Xiao glanced at the white silver Zilong and said, But the most important thing now is to heal the white silver Zilong. I'll have to trouble you again. I'm really too useless. The white silver Zilong looked at Ling Xiao with a bitter smile and said, Luckily, I didn't take out the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Otherwise, it would be terrible if I lost it. You're also stupid. Chapter 4700. Ling Xiao had a gloomy expression on his face the entire way. He originally planned to bury the hatchet with the Punishment King because the City of Gold was about to face a calamity. But now, the other party obviously had no such intention. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of the Punishment King. Otherwise, when the enemy arrived, he would have to guard against backstabbing. That would be even more troublesome. After understanding this, he didn't care anymore. So what if it was the Punishment Hall? He had never believed in such an existence. When he was in the 3,000 sacred cities, this kind of organization was extremely chaotic. Corruption. It seemed that the situation here was similar. For a scum like Lin Qin to be able to live until now, he knew what the Punishment Hall did all day long. Ling Zhao's killing intent was very strong now. It wasn't just because Lin Qin captured Yin Lihua. If it was just about Yin Lihua, he wouldn't be like this. But when he saw Lin Hong crippled the white silver dragon, his anger couldn't be contained. No one had the right to hurt his people. The warlord killed his subordinates and imprisoned forefather Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman, so he killed the warlord. Now, this Lin Hong was the same. He couldn't let this guy go. Killing intent gathered crazily in his heart. Just as they were about to knock on the door, two people walked out from inside. These two people were unfamiliar faces to Ling Xiao. Yang Shui told him that the older one was Lei Xinglie, who was at the first level of the Divine Body Realm. The other was Lin Qin, who was at the half-step Divine Body Realm. His strength was not bad. However, compared to the monstrous Ling Xiao, he was really not good enough. "Greetings, Valkyrie!" When Lei Xinglie and Lin Qin saw Yang Shui, they bowed respectfully. As for Ling Xiao, it was as if they didn't see him at all. They didn't pay attention to him at all. "You're Lin Qin?" Ling Xiao didn't look at Lei Xinglie, but looked at Lin Qin and asked coldly. "That's right." Lin Qin looked at Ling Xiao. He knew that the person opposite him was the emperor who had been very famous recently. But he didn't care at all. His father was the punishment commander. The punishment hall had a very special position in Golden City. It was in charge of the law, and it could be said that there was no Golden King. The disciplinary Law King was the most powerful under the venerable sovereigns. His father, Lin Hong, was one of the disciples of the Law King. The other party was just an emperor's son who had appeared out of nowhere. He had no power or influence, and his cultivation did not seem to be very high either. Why should he give him face? "Did you capture Yin Lihua?" Ling Zhao's expression became even colder. "Oh, that little girl? Not bad. I was the one who caught her. TSK, TSK. It really was a wild little horse. It wasn't easy to tame. But the taste is really not bad." Lin Qin laughed shamelessly and said, "Why, Imperial Prince is also interested. But that would have to wait for another day. I haven't played enough yet." "Scum!" Ling Xiao spat on Lin Qin's face. "She's over there." Although Yin Lihua might have been treated inhumanely, but as long as he was not dead, he still had to save him. "Are you F***king looking for death? How dare you call me a scum? You even spat on me?" Lin Qin was instantly enraged. "Why don't you take a look at where you are? This is our Lin Mansion, not your Fire King Palace. So what? I even dared to kill the Battle King. Who do you think you are?" Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. He was ready to start with Lin Qin. If this kind of scum did not die, there would be no justice in this world. As he spoke, he had already walked toward Lin Qin. "Stop right there." Lei Xinglie stood in front of Lin Qin and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. "Don't think that you're the Imperial Prince. You can do whatever you want. She's just an ordinary girl. So what if you play with her? Could it be that you want to kill Lin Qin? Do you know what the punishment for killing the son of the Law King is? Get lost. Or I'll kill you too." Lei Xinglie was only at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Although he was considered a superior expert in the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But in Ling Zhao's eyes he was still not worth mentioning. If he wanted to fight, Lei Xinglie was definitely not his opponent. He did not want to be enemies with the Thunder King. But if Lei Xinglie did not know what was good for him and insisted on being a busybody, then he could not be blamed. He was currently in a very bad mood. The other party had directly hit the muzzle of the gun. Ling Zhao's words completely infuriated Lei Xinglie. Because of the spirit energy turbulence, he had successfully cultivated to the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. And because his aptitude was more outstanding, his accumulated strength was more than enough. Therefore, after breaking through, he was very powerful among the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. The fact that Ling Xiao had been conferred the title of Imperial Prince, and was even summoned by the Venerable Emperor, made him feel very uncomfortable. His strong jealousy made him not have a good impression of Ling Xiao. And now, Ling Xiao actually asked him to get lost. This was intolerable. As for the rumor that Ling Xiao had killed the Battle King, He did not believe it at all. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core stage. How could he have killed the Battle King? A terrifying aura was released from Lei Xinglia's body. Blue lightning danced on his body. That was his martial soul. Lightning martial soul! This kind of natural-type martial soul was very powerful, and it gave him too much confidence. Therefore, he wanted to use this opportunity to teach Ling Xiao a lesson today. Little did he know that he was looking for trouble for himself. Valkyrie, this is a battle between me and him. I hope you won't interfere. Lei Xinglia was still very afraid of Yang Shui. That was why he said it in advance. You're not worthy of Shui's attack, Ling Xiao said coldly. Since Lei Xinglia had sent himself to the door, then it was a good time to fight. The energy in his cultivation sea had not increased for a long time. Perhaps this guy would be an opportunity. You're really as arrogant as the rumors say. Lei Xinglia looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. I heard about your deeds in the chaotic desert sea. You're indeed terrifying. But how many of those deeds were done by you? Or did someone brag for you? Helped you become the imperial prince? Today, let me, Lei Xinglia, show you your true colors. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Xinglia. Geniuses were indeed arrogant. They were not willing to believe that the rumors were true unless they saw it with their own eyes or experienced it for themselves. Lei Xinglia's aura attracted many people to watch. Even the punishment commander Lin Hong walked out of his house. He stared coldly at Ling Xiao and quietly ordered the Lin Mansion's martial artists to set up the surroundings. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao won or lost this battle, he had to find an excuse to arrest Ling Xiao. There were too many crimes. It was fine as long as there was no need. After all, they had done this many times in the past. Noticing this, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. It was just a boring trick. In front of powerful strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Show me my true colors? Haha, then do it. If you don't mind making a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Xinglia and focused on the battle. A martial artist's cultivation was nothing more than increasing their cultivation and developing their martial soul. The higher the compatibility between a martial technique and martial soul, the more powerful it would be. Sometimes, the martial soul would even be the key to martial arts cultivation. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4701. If one's martial soul and martial path could be combined, it would be the greatest gain for a martial artist. Lei Xinglia's martial soul was a thunder martial soul. Therefore, the martial path he took was also the thunder path. He comprehended thunder and lightning and controlled it. Even martial techniques and secret techniques were related to thunder and lightning. This meant that this kid was really doing well in this aspect. As the Thunder King's favorite disciple, Lei Xinglia had the title of Little Thunder God in Golden City. Naturally, he couldn't allow Ling Xiao to look down on him. Moreover, his strong jealousy made him dislike Ling Xiao. Since they couldn't get along, he didn't waste any more words and directly attacked Ling Xiao. He casually threw out a palm attack. A bright bolt of lightning shot out from his palm. This lightning wasn't ordinary lightning. As it was combined with martial path, it was even more powerful. Moreover, it could also unleash Lei Xinglia's full strength. This bolt of lightning came and went in a straight line. However, due to its extremely fast speed, one might not be able to dodge it even if they saw it. When the white silver dragon fought with Lei Xinglia, it was at a disadvantage in this aspect. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to see a lightning beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him whole. The lightning had yet to reach him, but he could already feel his skin going numb. He had to admit that Lei Xinglia's attack was really powerful. The difference between an attack that contained martial path and an ordinary attack was really huge. Martial artists were pursuing their own martial path from the moment they started practicing martial arts. However, in reality, it only started to take shape when one reached the divine body realm. This was because at this time, a martial artist's physical body was even stronger, and could withstand the enormous pressure brought about by martial path. After the divine body realm, the divine soul realm could be said to be the completion of the martial path. However, until now, Ling Xiao really hadn't seen a divine soul realm expert. Even the lotus flower had the aura of a divine body realm expert. This is probably your first time seeing such an attack, right? You'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate me. Lei Xinglie sneered. Not everyone could combine martial path and attack after entering the divine body realm. This had a lot to do with the martial soul. Martial path fusion? It might be terrifying to others, but it's nothing to me. Another reason why Ling Xiao was able to challenge those of a higher level was that he had begun to fuse martial arts and martial arts very early on. This was mainly because his physical body was stronger than the average person's. Although he was just a divine core warrior, the strength of his body was much stronger than any divine body realm warrior Yang Kai had ever seen. This was the reason why he was able to fuse in advance. Tao of slaughter, Tao of space, the Tao of time, heaven-defying Tao, the way of the tyrant, the Tao of gods, demonic Tao. Ling Xiao cultivated more martial arts than anyone else. Among them, the most mature were the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of hegemony. For the time being, the rest were just supporting roles. However, they could be fused with martial skills and were closely related to martial souls. The Tao of slaughter represented the Sun Divine Beast soul. The way of the tyrant represented the tyrant martial spirit. Comparatively speaking, Lei Xinglie's Tao of lightning was not as good as his. He had only grasped the basics. However, he was already quite proficient in using it. More and more people appeared in front of the Lin mansion. When they sensed Lei Xinglie's ferocious attack, they all wanted to see how Ling Xiao was going to deal with it. Yang Shui stood there calmly. She had no intention of helping. After what happened in the chaotic sand ocean, she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. She had personally witnessed how strong Ling Xiao was from the chaotic sand ocean to the 3,000 holy city. She had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. In front of him, Lei Xinglie was nothing. What surprised everyone was that Ling Xiao didn't have any intention of helping. He just let the ferocious lightning strike his body. Feeling the potential in his body being released, Ling Xiao smiled. It worked. Although the energy in his cultivation base didn't increase by much, it was still an increase. It was better than staying stagnant. Your attack isn't good enough. After the lightning strike, Ling Xiao still looked at Lei Xinglie calmly. Little lightning god? Haha, you really like to put gold on your face. To be honest, in the chaotic sand ocean, I've seen too many idiots like you who overestimated themselves. Do you think you have better foresight than the Emperor? Even the Emperor conferred me the title of Emperor. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? Ling Xiao's physical body was now at the terrifying level of a 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon. Lei Xinglie's attack couldn't hurt him at all. He didn't even need to use his beast soul transformation or the sky tyrant martial soul. You're just relying on your Dharma treasure. What's so great about that? You have a Dharma treasure, so do I. Lei Xinglie snorted. He didn't believe that he had failed. He felt that Ling Xiao was relying on his Dharma treasure to block the attack. Therefore, he took out his Dharma treasure. A golden rod, a 4-dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon. With the help of the golden rod, the blue lightning gradually turned golden. Its power increased tremendously. If Ling Xiao's physical body was still at the 8-dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon, it would be a little troublesome. After all, the Emperor weapon and the power of the attack. It was much more terrifying than pure defense. There was a saying in the martial arts world, constant defense is bound to fail. If one only knew how to defend and didn't know how to attack, they would be at a great disadvantage. Golden lightning snake! Lei Xinglie roared. The entire space was covered by golden lightning. Many martial artists in the surroundings retreated. Lin Qin was also blocked by Lin Hong. Everyone could see how terrifying Lei Xinglie's attack was. 9 violent golden lightning snakes tore through the air at the same time and pounced towards Ling Xiao. If you have the ability, don't dodge! Lei Xinglia sneered. Hee, I won't dodge then. Do you think I'm afraid of your lousy attack? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He allowed the 9 golden lightning snakes to hit his body. He's too arrogant. Ling Xiao is playing with his life. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but sigh. However, in the next moment, the lightning dissipated. Ling Xiao was still standing there unscathed and looked at Lei Xinglia mockingly. The energy in his cultivation C finally increased to 10%. This meant that Lei Xinglia's attack was still very powerful. Of course, it was also related to Ling Xiao's cultivation level being lower that he could improve so quickly. After all, he was only at the 7th level of the Shattered Core Realm. This is your strongest attack, right? It can't even break my defense. I really don't know what you're so proud of. Ling Xiao revealed a hint of disdain. Actually, if it wasn't because his physical body had advanced to the level of a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. This time, he really didn't dare to take it head-on. Even now, he couldn't take more than a few attacks from such a powerful attack. However, once was enough. You! What kind of sorcery did you use? Lei Xinglia definitely didn't believe that Ling Xiao was so powerful. Ever since he advanced to the 1st level of the Divine Body Realm, as long as he used this move, no martial artist of the same level would be his match. However, this move was completely ineffective today. This made Lei Xinglia extremely shocked and terrified. He even took out his golden rod and still couldn't win. How terrifying was Ling Xiao! End of chapter. Don't tell me you want to start an internal conflict? Lin Hong said furiously. This guy was really complaining about the victim first. He was clearly the one who crippled the white silver dragon's cultivation first, and now he was actually saying that Yang Shui wanted to incite internal strife. How shameless! I instigated internal strife? Were you the one who crippled the silver dragon? Yang Shui asked sternly. That's right, that trash was crippled by this old man. He came to the Lin Manor to slander me and even tried to attack me. Naturally, I wouldn't let him go, so I crippled him. What? Valkyrie, don't tell me you want to start a war with the Punishment Hall because of this? Will the Flower King allow you to do that? Lin Hong sneered. This guy wasn't afraid of trouble at all. After all, the Punishment Hall was under the control of his master, the Punishment King, so he had the right to do whatever he wanted. No one else could do anything to him. So you admit it? Yang Shui stopped talking. Ling Xiao asked coldly. So what if I admit it? What can you do to me? Lin Hong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Although Ling Xiao defeated Lei Xinglia easily, Lei Xinglia was only a 1st-level Divine Body Realm martial artist after all. Lin Hong, on the other hand, was at the 2nd-level Divine Body Realm. The gap between them was huge. If he attacked, he had enough strength to defeat Lei Xinglia in one move. So? What do you think will happen? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm the Emperor's son personally conferred by the Venerable Emperor. You're just a puny Punishment Hall commander, yet you don't kneel and greet me. You're even boasting shamelessly in front of me. Even if I kill you, the Punishment Hall won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you're a big shot? In front of this commander, you're not even a fart. Lin Hong laughed maniacally. Is that so? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense with this guy. At this time, he had to make his move. Holy ground demonic shadow! In an instant, he disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Lin Hong. He had Lin Qin in his hands. Lin Hong knew that Ling Xiao was crazy, but he still underestimated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast that he couldn't react in time. Seeing that his son was captured, he panicked. Kid, you better let Lin Qin go. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Lin Hong roared. Believe it or not, I'll kill him if you spout nonsense again. Ling Xiao sneered. Where's Yin Lihua? Send someone to release her. I believe that Lord Commander should be able to weigh the value of the two. Unless your son's life is less than a girl's. Wishful thinking. Lin Hong refuted. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with him at all and directly chopped off one of Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen started to beg for mercy amidst his shrill screams. Dad, Dad. Quickly let that damn girl go. I don't want to die. Hold it. Lin Hong was also frightened when he saw Ling Xiao's actions. This was simply a lunatic who couldn't be judged with common sense. He could only let her go first. However, he had to use some strong medicine on the girl. He definitely couldn't take this loss. Lord Commander, are you willing to let her go? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph. Lin Hong didn't say anything and immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Yin Lihua out. Not long after, Yin Lihua was brought out of the Lin manor. Looking at the girl's appearance, Ling Xiao really wanted to cut Lin Chen into 1,000 pieces. Letting this guy die directly was letting him off easy. The girl was obviously frightened. Her eyes were lifeless and she looked like a fool. What kind of torture did she go through? Let's let her go at the same time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He thought of a way to let Lin Chen die miserably. It could be considered as revenge for Yin Lihua. No problem. Both sides quickly exchanged hostages. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of any tricks. After all, his speed was faster than Lin Hong. The moment he took over Yin Lihua, Lin Hong suddenly launched an attack, wanting to kill both Ling Xiao and Yin Lihua at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The void-shattering finger's finger force arrived first. This was how powerful the void transcendence realm was. Lin Hong saw the danger and hurriedly dodged. However, one of his ears was still cut off. Ling Xiao handed Yin Lihua over to Yang Shui to protect. Then, he walked towards Lin Hong. Today, not only did he want to kill Lin Chen, he also wanted to kill Lin Hong. Killing Lin Chen was for Yin Lihua. Killing Lin Hong was for Bai Yinzilong. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. Suddenly Yang Shui's expression changed. This was because she felt the aura of two Supreme Being experts quickly approaching.